Okay, should be live. Let me know how everything sounds, how everything looks in the chat. Looks pretty good for now. Um, Very excited for this one. Um, and this is a stream that I've been really just just very excited for. So to repeat myself, but this stream tonight, we're going to talk about we're going to cover a lot. So I'm going to try and be kind of more concise than the last stream was. We're going to talk about a conversation on Alex O'Connor's YouTube channel. The link to the full talk is below, with uh, Robert Lawrence Kuhn, who is the host of the Closer to Truth YouTube channel, which is another great channel. It is linked below as well. I watch a lot of their content. It's very much focused on what is existence. What does that mean? What is the nature of existence? And where did everything come from? And what is consciousness? Those types of questions that we talk about on here. So please hit the like button. It really helps. And I'm just checking the sound. And we're going to get into it. But also, what's going to be fascinating is that Robert created a landscape of consciousness map, a landscape of consciousness theories. And it's a map of different theories about the nature of mind and how it relates to matter and how matter relates to mind. And we're going to look at it. It's a comprehensive and impressive piece of work, regardless of whether or not I would organize it the way that he did, but I wouldn't have created it in the first place. That's not, that's not my mission. That's his mission, and I think he's done a great job. And it's very impressive. We're going to explore it. It's fascinating. It's also linked below, and amazingly, it's free. I think it's very important that it's free because nobody's going to pay for it unless you are trying to like write a paper on theories of consciousness, or I mean, I'm not saying nobody would pay for it, but if it not even close to the same number of people that would look at it otherwise. And I'm trying to promote it because he wants to put this out into the world, and I think it's a great thing. And you should check it out. We're going to explore it. They have all different ways of visualizing it. Like, look at this. Look at that, man. It's it's a tree. It's a giant tree. I don't even know how to I don't know how to zoom out. Whoa. Okay. There you go. It's amazing. And I'm not an expert on navigating the interface. I don't really, I don't, okay, you could double click it, I guess. It's a little, maybe it's just giving you the color codes. So there's a lot here, and we're going to explore it. Whoa, man, that's so cool. And it just shows, the connections between all these different theories, and they're categorized by color of what types of theories there are. We're going to talk about the different categories of fundamental theories. We're going to talk about where sentient singularity theory fits in, which is a fascinating question. So first, I want to start off by saying that I meant to include another link below, but I'm going to do so right after this. So I'll show you, though, the link. This right here, video, and I will include this below afterwards. This link. Hope you have a good night. Thank you. God bless you too, man. Wusat. So this is a lecture that Curt gave. And Curt Jaimungal from the Theories of Everything podcast. This is and he has these four different types, categories of theories of everything. Uh, and a few years ago, he um, messaged me and asked me type of theory my what type of theory sentient singularity theory was, and he was like, is it um, monist theory? Is it a dualist theory? Is it idealist theory? What is it? And I sent him probably too long of a message as a reply, saying that I agreed kind of what I would agree with on these different categories, but why I kind of rejected any of their labels, and that I didn't think that any of them got to the heart of what sentient singularity theory was asserting about the nature and structure of reality. Whereas, idealism isn't telling you about the structure of reality. It's just telling you kind of about the nature of reality, I guess. And panpsychism, uh, is not really telling you anything different than idealism in just the name itself. And we're going to talk about that tonight because that's what Alex O'Connor and Robert get into, is what is the difference between these. And that's kind of what motivated me to even name my theory in the first place. I didn't really want another theory because I just wanted my models to be discussed and shared with the people whose theories they might line up with. And I didn't want to add another hat into the mix. I don't even know if that's the right statement. Maybe another something into the hat. I don't know. I didn't want to. I realized there was just too many theories of or fundamental theories or theories of everything or theories of consciousness, and I didn't want to add another one because I feel like my goal is for us to actually move forward on a lot of these questions, not just for my theory to be adopted. So I felt like it was a disservice to everybody by adding another one. And then I asked myself, why are there so many of these theories? Why are so many of them seemingly extremely similar, yet we're not able to even be like, it's these types of theories that are correct. One, which name we go with, who knows? But like, it's something like idealism or panpsychism or monism. It's one of those, and we weren't moving forward, and we haven't as a I guess the academic scientific institutions have not moved forward, and so they just endlessly fractally categorize these things. This is happening in biology and zoology as well. It's like everything was many years ago. Species were included a lot. One species included a lot. Then it was a bunch of different subspecies, under species, and then now they're just making different species, and then there's different species, subspecies within this different species that they're making, and we've lost the definition of what a species even is. And so I think that in some ways these theories are kind of destroying the definition of theories. For one, they're not well defined. And they're not well differentiated, and I think that that's going to destroy the definition of or it's going to destroy the definition of differentiation I guess you could say of theoretic differentiation. And so and Eric Weinstein says this. He says this is what happens when a field becomes oh man, what was he saying? When basically there's, I forgot what the term he used, but when there's not enough to go around anymore, when people have already found every continent, and then what happens is people just start making up things to discover instead of actually just discovering what's there. They have to make a new thing in order to, and then it's called the discovery. Kind of like, when you take a species that's already known and then these ones on this island are a little bit yellower, and then you're like, no, this is now a new species, and then you name it, and then you say, I discovered a new species. This is exactly what's happening with theories of everything. And so I didn't want to throw in my name into it. And then I said, I realized that there's a reason why none of these are moving forward, and it's because none of the names are actually describing the fundamental, all of the essential fundamental qualities that we need to in order to have a complete picture in the name of the theory itself. Idealism doesn't tell you that much. People will say it means it's a theory that consciousness is fundamental. Well, the name implies that ideas are fundamental, and how is that different from even theism? Theism is that there's this fundamental conscious being that is God, that is initial and eternal and all-encompassing. And then you've got panpsychism, which is basically saying that consciousness is fundamental. So, like, what's the difference between these? And then I asked myself, what is the fundamental nature and structure of existence itself? And I was like, it's sentient and it is singular. Like, relevantly, what is its nature? Not its information. It's like, they can't say that because information by definition informs someone. So that's not fundamental enough. And you can't say it's, monism even on its own, which is kind of the same thing as including singularity in the name. But it's, imagine if I said my theory is called singularity theory. What does that tell you? That there's one existence? Okay. But it doesn't tell you enough. What does that mean to exist? What is the nature of that fundamental existence? And then I was like, sentience. So you can't have just monism as a theory. You can have monotheism, which is the same thing as basically saying sentient singularity theory. But again, monotheism is kind of a term that describes the nature and structure of existence. I would say it's probably quite a good one. There's a reason why it took off. Monotheism has become and still is the dominant fundamental theory of existence, is monotheism in the world. And our scientific institutions are in direct opposition to this idea that is the prevailing belief among most people who are alive. And that's kind of a problem. If you think theism is correct, it's a problem. And if you think theism is incorrect, it's still a problem because there's no unification between these two things. And I realize that's kind of a language problem. It's that the language for these theological traditions, as I call them, but people call them religions, comes from their scriptures. And their scriptures very often have different languages. And I don't just mean Arabic versus Hebrew versus Latin. I mean, the term Christ versus Messiah, or the term Dajjal versus Golem. Like, these are different terms for the same structures or characters in these traditions. So this is the problem with this scientific community, though, and I know this because I grew up in a secular house and was a self-described atheist for most of my life, until I started exploring the nature of existence and mind. So it led me to theism, and that's what I said to Curt was the best kind of category I would put my theory in. Is it's a theistic theory, but it's not a religious theory. And the problem is people associate the term theism, with religions, and that is religious traditions, you could say, scriptural traditions. That's what I'll say, with scriptural traditions. And I'm not associating my theory with any specific scriptural tradition. It's not opposed to any of them, but it's not endorsing of any of them intrinsically either. I leave that to like the person as an individual to figure out, because that's about, the adoption of your own practices in life in the context of theism. Theism just means God, is you believe in God. And what that means is, because it's important, God is by definition, and this is the only definition that actually is true, because every other definition destroys the definition. God is existence itself as a single, eternal, initial, and all-encompassing sentient being like you and I are, with his own will and feelings. That existence is someone fundamentally, not just something. And that is theism. And you don't even need to say monotheism, because God is the single, first, initial, and all-encompassing being, and by definition can only be one. When we say different gods, polytheism versus monotheism. Polytheism is, when you talk about the Greek gods, they're defining God differently. It's not that it's a competing theism or theology. We have completely defined God differently. And so that's, whenever I'm talking about God tonight, it's very important that that's what I mean. I'm not endorsing any specific scriptural tradition. I am just saying that God is existent, means existence is someone. And that's it. So I had, told Curt I couldn't really tell you exactly. I didn't want to say it's a non-dualist theory or a dualist theory or a monist theory. I think that all of these are, these labels work as labels for specific attributes of a theory, but they don't really work as a category of theory themselves, I would say. And they're not enough. But the thing is that if it is enough, the label would be, if the label is enough, then it would kind of be the name. Like monotheism is, that was what Abraham, really like championed. It wasn't Judaism, it wasn't Christianity, it wasn't Islam, it was monotheism. And which is the idea that there is a single someone and his will be done, and that is who we should, contextualize our lives within, not different gods for different things, which really means like you just go to worship something versus that thing depending on your goals. And that was a monumental shift in the world philosophy, because it gave a metaphysical hierarchical context to our existence, and it took off for a reason. It became the dominant narrative of the dominant theory of everything, the dominant theory of EveryOne, the dominant metaphysical framework that was adopted across the world. And it was institutionalized into and accepted by our greatest thinkers in the past, who were the creators of what people would call science today, which I think is a ridiculous idea, because if science really is just a method, it's existed for a while. If science really is a method of experimentation, it's existed for a while. If it's really just the observation and recording and collective and intergenerational narrative about what is true, it's also existed for a while. There is no, Robert Kuhn says in this, he's like, these religious traditions pre-existed science. I don't really agree with that. I think that that is, indicates that whatever it is that we have believe in today in the what that is taught in the mainstream academic institutions is in and of itself uh, a religion, you could say. And that doesn't mean it's false. I'm not saying that demeaningly. I'm saying it is in and of itself become an ideology that is not just the pursuit of truth in an organized and intergenerational and collective way. It is kind of like its own dogma, which it definitely has. And I'm gonna show Robert Kuhn kind of describing his experiences with that when he tried to publish some papers about the different theories of everything. And what specifically was attacked by the editors? Theism. So very interesting talk tonight. And but this link that I'm going to include below is to this talk by Curt, which was 2 months ago, and I think he also released another video about it called like what was it? The man, it's I think it's the same thing. His elephant lecture. Elephant. My gosh, guys, like I am that bad of a speller. I'm not even gonna deny it. I can't deny it. You just saw what I just did. The reverse elephant. And I think that this is the same thing as what I was just on. But in this lecture, he talks about his 4 categories that he created.
Curt, you can't have it.
Theories of everything, and I would actually say that 4 ending on 4 is, or coming to the conclusion that there's basically 4 is probably accurate based on even the fundamental model of sentient singularity theories, the 4 primary perspectives. But basically these are these 4, and he talks about it and
theories of everything without explaining emotions. It's like, okay, so we all have different definitions of everything. Okay, so they have a theory that explains all, characterized by writing in Word documents and not LaTeX. They tend to also be characterized by pressing type D toe.
Puts it into this.
They tend to be characterized
type D. I messaged him and said it was category type C, probably sentient singularity theory. Metaphysical unifies not just entities, but why the universe follows laws at all. Addresses consciousness. Tech marks mathematical universe. Some religions, process philosophy. This sounds like more similar to sentient singularity theory. Type A, framework where quantum mechanics, I'm guessing, and gravity are not contradictory, but doesn't uniquely fall out. Type B, deeper theory from which gravity, and I forgot what SM stands for, but I'm guessing it's basically quantum mechanics. It's standard. Oh, it's the standard model. That's what it is. So yeah, quantum mechanics. A framework where standard model and gravity aren't contradictory, but the standard model doesn't uniquely fall out yet. Deeper theory, type B, is which gravity plus standard model are direct outputs. Often also explains dark matter, dark energy. This singularity theory would include this as well. But yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't include this because but it would include this. It also would be here. But see, these things are kind of contained within each other. So this one kind of includes this one, but this one kind of includes this one. Unifies not just entities, but why the universe follows laws at all. And then type D, meaning everything
writing in Word documents and not LaTeX. They tend to also be characterized by pressing reply to all
funny.
on long email chains. This is Ken Wilber and Tyler Goldstein. Tyler Goldstein doesn't satisfy some of these. And he also probably classifies as type C. So I apologize.
It's fine. I'm not offended. I did write in Word documents mostly before recently, and have started working on LaTeX, writing with the paper that I'm working on. It is enormously helpful, but it's so. But I would say that it's probably at least type D, but also type C, but also type B to some degree.
Want to explain everything. This would be, well, why does what is the absorption rate of Kirkland paper towel versus Bounty? Why do I like Taco Bell so much more than most people? Like, I love Taco Bell. Why does your
Sentient singularity theory would not explain why Curt likes Taco Bell. I mean, I guess in a way that it's just, it could explain why people like different things, but or help explain it, give context to that would, kind of guide an explanation for why different people have different preferences, but it not necessarily Taco Bell. That's a personal, I don't want to say personal problem, because Taco Bell can be really good, but I haven't had it in a long time. But I went through a phase, a Taco Bell phase. So this sentient singularity theory kind of, I don't even know exactly if it fits into just one of these categories that Curt says here, but I would say that it's definitely at least type C, and I would say probably also type B. I don't think that, I think type C would have to include type B. Yeah, that's what I would say. Kind of type D is almost like a non-theory theory. It's like, it's just like saying, I don't know. It's too, I don't know exactly what the definition of type D is, but that's the thing, is that sentient singularity theory is actually extremely specific. I'm not good at writing because I am obsessed with getting the right words. And so I am notorious among everybody that knows me and communicates with me via text. Curt would even know this, probably, if he's paid any attention to my messages. I edit my messages after I send them multiple times, because I reread them and I realize that I could have been more concise, and I could have been more accurate or more specific or easier to understand. And it doesn't really make it easier to understand if I edit it after you've already read it. But my wife just says that I need help with OCD when it comes to writing, and she's probably right. But sentient singularity theory is very specific. I can talk about it on here because I have no problem talking, but I do have an issue writing sometimes. And because I end up like second guessing and rewriting, and that's why this paper is taking forever. But every time I open it, I want to rewrite something that I wrote prior, and it's a problem. But the specificity is extremely important, and that's my issue with a lot of these, is like monism versus dualism versus non-dualism. What is non-dualism? And versus monism. It sounds like it'd be the same thing, but it really isn't. One of them could be, describing a structure. One of them is describing a symmetry structure. The other one isn't telling you a symmetry structure. It's just telling you what symmetry structure it's not, which isn't telling you what symmetry structure something is, which I would say any non-dual theories, non-dual is probably like the worst label for any of these theories, because it's an anti-ideology, and you can't construct anything or be specific with an anti-ideology. So you want something that's assertive. This is what it is. Not this is what it's not. If somebody said, Tyler, what's your theory? And I was like, well, it's not a physical theory. Okay, that doesn't tell you anything really. It doesn't tell you what. It's not that it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you what my theory is. That's the point. So non-dual, not it. There's way more than 4 categories in Robert's categorization here, and he has landscape categories right here. If you go here and you look, landscape categories. Philosophical, eliminative illusionism, non-biological, neurobiological, electromagnetic field, computational and functionalism, homeostatic and effective, embodied and inactive, relational, first order, higher order, language relationships, monisms, dualisms, idealisms, analysis and anomalous and altered states. Like, this is a lot. But the thing is that, and this is something I really value that he said, is he said he relies on the person creating the theory to basically tell him what category it would be in, and approve of whether or not, like, his how he's representing it is how they would represent it. He wants to show how they would represent it. The issue is that a lot of people, when they're thinking about what type of theory they have, they're not they're not actually necessarily asking the same question. Even if you asked all of them, what type of theory do you have? What type of theory do you have? What type of theory do you have? That's going to be interpreted in multiple different ways. And I would say that if your theory is truly fundamental, it would be a struggle to answer that question. But I would say my theory is a theistic theory. It is not a religious theory. It's not a scriptural tradition. It does place sentience as fundamental. And I wouldn't call it monistic or dualistic. Maybe dualistic more than monistic, but it's not really. I would say it's not even that. It's that once you start getting into monism versus dualism, you're getting to the level of what is it, experience, the nature of a specific experience. There are some experiences that we have that we call physical, and there are some experiences that we have that we call mental. And what we really need to discuss is what is the context that would cause us to make the distinction, which is really, are you making an impact on another being that is inescapable, basically? If I throw a ball at you and it hits you, there's no thinking your way out of it. If I think about throwing a ball at you and I visualize it in my own head, you don't have to experience it. So I can imagine that door red, and I am seeing it as red right now. Or I'm picturing it as red. I don't want to say seeing it. I'm picturing it as red in my mind. But if I paint it red, then you're gonna see it as red as well. And so it's about that sentient singularity theory focuses on, like, the fact that physical experiences happen in the space of interactions and are emergent from space and time as well, are all emergent perspectives from the context of specific interactions. Like, you're a mind inside a mind, and you're surrounded by other minds that are also inside this mind, and your body is composed of an assembly of a bunch of little minds. Like, what does that context give you? And that that would account for, like, the experience that you have. And there's very specific models that explain why why we perceive time, why we perceive the number of dimensions of space that we have. So I think that a theory needs to be very specific. I think that it needs to include very specific models, and it can't just be that the idea that consciousness is fundamental. That isn't enough. And it can't also just be that everything is one thing, like monism. That isn't enough. You need to be like conscious monism, kind of, which is like sentient singularity theory. It's close. Or monotheism, like it needs to have this this dualistic description that describes both the nature and structure of existence. And we're still talking about one existence, but we're trying to describe it. And if you're going to describe it, then you have to include certain you have to explain its components and its attributes. You're not just naming it, like God theory. Okay, that's naming it. But like monotheism is a description, and the belief in God is metaphysically the theory would be monotheism. So it is describing of the structure and also nature of existence, and theism kind of implies a hierarchical aspect to it as well. But so this is what why this is kind of really tough, is because we're trying to box our theories in to categories that are not as fundamental as the theory itself. And the thing is a fundamental theory would be more fundamental than any categorizations or categories that kind of currently already exist. And I think that the monotheism was probably the initial introduction of what sentient singularity theory is essentially. But the difference would be is that sentient singularity theory includes specific models that are and uses language that is tieable to our current scientific observations and questions that we have. So that I think that it is important to like include like Judaism comes with a specific set of scriptures. Islam comes with a specific set of scriptures, but they're both monotheistic theories. They don't even have a different metaphysical idea about the nature of existence. They have the same theory of everything. The difference is that this group of people studies that textbook and this group of people studies that textbook. And it basically says the same thing in both textbooks if you read both of them. Maybe from different perspectives, but the same thing. So this isn't there. I don't want to say there's nothing new under the sun. Like people discovered this a long time ago, because there's still work to be done. And it can be true that we might need to re-accept an older idea, or an idea, not even an older idea, an idea that is still around and that has been around, but recontextualize it, or add context to it, not even recontextualize it, add context to it. And I think that's what we need to do. But regardless, let's start looking at clips, because I don't want to rant too much. But we're going to explore this more. But if he had to ask me where would I put mine, I don't know. Like probably out of this. I don't know what higher order means. We're going to look at these, but I would say for now, philosophy. When I was in college and I took my first philosophy course, my philosophy professor on the first day, he said, philosophy is the study of perspective. That's what it is. The field of philosophy is the field that is the study of perspective. And I think that this is great. The definition of philosophy means the love of wisdom is true once you realize the nature and structure of existence. But if you don't realize it, then you can't even understand what that means. And so philosophy is as something you do is the love of the wise one, of the wisdom of that is basically of God. And that term came about in a theistic context. And now it's used by people who are not theists. They're anti-theists, self-described atheists, but you can't, there's no such thing as an atheist. Just by definition of the term, you either believe existence is a sentient being, which is the inevitable conclusion of any idea that is that matter is defined by mind and emerges from mind, versus the idea that mind emerges from matter, which is a physicalist materialist theory, which is the generally assumed metaphysical framework of academia today, and of people involved in science today. So that's why I think philosophy being the study of perspective was really good, because the way that we've using the term, or the way when we're talking about like teaching philosophy, and even also exploring it, philosophizing yourself, you're studying perspective. And when you're learning about someone else's philosophy, you're studying perspective, or about the philosophizing of someone else. There's a better way of putting it, but I think. And ultimately, I think that it's important to philosophy being the study of perspective. I think is a good definition today, and the love of wisdom is still a good definition, but you're not going to get it if you're not a theist. That's what I'll say. But if you are a theist, and even if you're not a theist, or if you are a theist, you will get the idea that philosophy is the study of perspective. So I don't know. It's tough. Like we're facing a problem, and the problem is combining two things that are not fundamental always. You've got this religious narrative, and you've got this anti-theistic narrative, or theistic narrative and anti-theistic narrative, and we're trying to combine them, and it's not really possible to create a more fundamental framework by combining two less fundamental frameworks. Same thing with quantum mechanics and general relativity. People will try and combine the two and then create a fundamental theory from combining these two. It's not how you do it. If you watch my Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide video that was in Curt's contest, it's the first video that should pop up on the page, but you can search it. It's probably my best video on here. What you have to do is you have to figure out find more fundamental ways of approaching the of perceiving the nature and structure of fundamental existence, and then take that assumption and see if that theory, basically, what would it, if the less fundamental theories like the Standard Model and like general relativity would naturally emerge from that. And so that's what you have to do. So you basically have to figure out something that came prior without starting at from quantum mechanics and general relativity. If you start with these two and you're like, we have these two, we need to figure out how to fit them together, you will not be able to do it. You have to be like, what is the what exists? Be like, well, what is the truest thing that I can know to exist, that I know to exist? I am. Okay, then let's think about logic, and you can use language, and you can be like, existence, what is it? What is its attributes? Well, it is by definition singular, because existence is all that exists. So you can start using the logic of language itself to start kind of building as well, and you can start by looking at your first person experience to build as well, and hopefully those two intersect and have the same bring you to the same spot, which I think they do. And then you take that idea or that conclusion and you extrapolate from there, and hopefully our less fundamental scientific observations and emerge naturally from it, like the Standard Model and general relativity. That's not what people do. And the same thing is happening with the idea of like, how do we, the mind-body problem. It's like it's the same problem as quantum mechanics and general relativity, like being unified. You shouldn't be trying to be like, well, we have mind, we have matter, and like, how do they fit? To be like, what is the truest thing that I know? And what is existence? What can we know about existence by definition? And then just go from there. So, clips. Yeah, I have no idea. Philosophy, I would include it in my theory in philosophy theory, I guess, in Robert's categorization. Okay. Now that it's been an hour, all that's to say, though, Curt's 4 categories probably matches more with like different categories of theories of everything. What that really means is there's 4 different goals that people have when they are approaching what they think is a fundamental theory, or what they're calling a theory of everything. There's 4 different goals that people have. And with Roberts, it's just his categories are based on what the creator of the theory would label their theory, or how they would describe their theory, and what context their theory is meant to was constructed within, and those are 2 kind of different things. One of them is emergent from goals, and the other was focused on like personal context, really linguistic context of the construction itself of the theory. It's fascinating, actually. First clip. Please hit the like button, by the way. It really helps fuel the algorithm, and comment any questions in the chat. I see. Just got in, happy to be here. I'm listening. Love philosophy very much. Me too. I can't help it. And it was the class I wanted. I was the least interested in taking out of all the classes that I've ever taken in college, and it was my favorite class that I ever took in college. And I was the top of the class, like by far and away. And I liked it, but I still was like, thought it was useless to my life after the class was over. I was wrong. Here.
First gathering all the theories together, I began to realize this was a jumble, and I needed to have some sort of an organizational structure in order to make sense of it. And I enjoy doing that. I've done that for other things like different kinds of cosmogenesis and cosmos and different levels of nothing, which I pursued on Closer to Truth. But I wanted to do that. And I thought the best way to do that would be to have a rough linear spectrum from the most physicalist, materialist kinds of theories to the most non-physicalist kinds of theories, which would be pure non-physical stuff, which we call idealism now. And so that would be the basic spine of the organizational structure. And then as I started categorizing theories within this, I realized a couple things. First of all, the number of theories under materialism, which was the first category, were vastly more than any of the other categories. And in fact, in the end result, almost 50% of all the theories were materialistic theories. It's very interesting to explore why that's the case, because I have a good idea why that is the case. So I realized that under materialism, there's just this vast collection, and that needed to have subcategories. So then I developed materialism, and then a series of subcategories under that, because there were so many. And then we had this linear spectrum. And the way I had it, and this is, this is not given by God or anything, it was just my way of doing.
That is interesting. I wonder if that's just because we're talking about less fundamental structures mostly at that point, that, you know, it's like a framing issue is that would cause like the explosion of a bunch of different theories. And also just who I guess the context of Robert and the people that he's listening to, you know, tend to be academics, which tend to be anti-theists, which means they believe that mind emerges from inanimate matter. And that means you're not a theist. You're a physicalist. And if you're looking at academia, then you're going to see a lot more. I definitely think that's a framing thing.
For my own kind of organizational structure, and it's changed a little bit over time, is to start with materialism. Again, this will have lots of subcategories. And then what's the next thing? Well, non-reductive physicalism. It's still physicalism, 100% physicalism, but it has a very different kind of feel. And then I developed it further. The next one would be quantum theories, which are physical in, obviously part of the physical world. People can take it beyond that. Dimensional theories, these are kind of quasi-physical, but it went further. Then the next one was information, where information is fundamental. Now, complexity, making it a little more complicated, information, computational functionalism, computation is a subcategory under materialism, but, and we can discuss that in depth, that's a very popular theory, obviously. But when information becomes my fourth big category, it's information of a different kind. It's information where information is fundamental in some sense, independent. Then we went into panpsychism, and then monism. There's a lot of overlap between them, dualism and idealism. So that's 8. And then I began to realize there were theories that I could put in those categories, but there was something odd about them, that there were many theories that were founded on a different principle than the fundamental philosophy, the fundamental ontology. They were founded on some experiential idea. And examples are near-death experiences, out-of-the-body experiences, ESP, parapsychological motivations, meditation, psychedelics. All of these mechanisms are ways of, they're not theories themselves, but they inform these people's theories much more so than the philosophy. So I built a ninth category called anomalous and altered states. Again, those are not theories. We had our linear approach from materialism to idealism, but this is a separate category. The theories and each of the modalities, like psychedelics or meditative states or near-death experiences, I have particular theories that people who have those things then have theories beyond that. And then finally, I saw there was something that didn't fit in any of those categories, basically challenges to the nature of the question, or that the human brain is not evolved to even understand this question, or it doesn't make sense, or different kind of theoretical approaches.
This is almost like kind of Curt's fourth category, I would say, is that's like it's kind of like the fourth category, but it's not intended to be like that, but it kind of ends up being like that, because if it's like, well, does your theory include this? No. Okay, then it's, not fun. It's not a theory of everything. But the issue is that where even the term is wrong. That's why sentient singularity theory, which if you go to sentientsingularity.com, and working on a new presentation, paper, and video before my second child is born. That's my goal. And I've been trying to avoid saying my goals out loud to everyone, because then if you miss it, you feel like a failure. But I will have less time probably for a little while after that. So I'm trying to finish at least a rough, very big, at least an overview that's put out there. I will put something out by the end of September. Thing is, babies come when they come. You don't really have control over that all the time, but due the end of September. So before the end of September, ideally. Hopefully it doesn't come early. And just because practicality, like I want to get it done this year, and I don't know, like I know what my life will be like shortly after that, and baby is born. I'm not going to be able to focus on much else. It's my second kid. I know what having a kid is like. So that's my goal. I'll put something out, even if it's just the outline of the paper, and I fail that miserably. which I'll still put out the outline, which I already have, so I definitely can do that. Yeah, but this website will give you kind of an overview. It's a few years old, and if you go to writings, you have a poetic description of existence, which was just kind of, I was just inspired to write this one day, and it's very rare that I'm inspired to write something kind of poetic. And then I have this technical description, which is basically the abstract of the paper and that I'm writing. Not saying this is the final abstract, but it's close enough, and you can go through it, and it explains what sentient singularity theory is. It doesn't show any models, but if you go to models, you can see some of the models of sentient singularity theory, and these four are the actual, like, these 8 are the actual more defined models of sentient singularity theory that are done. All of them are done. But a lot of these below that are just my explorations. They're not actual models that are incorporated into the theory. It's my playing around and exploring. These 8 are really the defined models that are will be included in the paper. So these top ones, I kind of tried to kind of put them in order. This is kind of get you started. What is the first question that you can even ask? And then you get the 4 primary perspectives, which this came about by trying to figure out a way to describe differentiation outside the context of a spectrum. So how do we understand what is this versus that, or you versus me? How do we understand the boundaries of being? This is what the 4 primary perspectives are. They're to provide a description for the boundaries of being, fundamentally, and not stronger or weaker, lighter or brighter, faster or slower. It's like, a cell is inside of your body, and so it's inside of you, and so it's separate and one with you because it's inside, separate and oneness. These are 4 co-defining and co-creating, in a way, perspectives, co-creative perspectives. They're I don't even want to say that they're simultaneous. They're simultaneously created perspectives. So if you say that couch is inside the house, it means that you know what it would mean for the couch to be outside the house too, because otherwise you couldn't say it's inside. And it also means that you know that what it means to be the house versus not the house, and also be the couch versus not the couch. So you understand what is separate from other things, what is one with other, what things are one with other things. You could say, that's not a good way of putting it, what structures are one with each other, what structures are separate from each other, and what is inside, what it means to be inside of a structure, and what it would mean to be outside of a structure. And so outside means separate from oneness. So outside is these 2, separate from oneness, but it's still using these 2 to define it. Inside is separate and oneness. A cell inside you is separate and one with you. A fetus inside of a mother is separate and one with a mom. It's not. We asked the question: Is it your body? Is it a separate body? It's both. That's the answer. That's why nobody answers the question. And just like your cells are, is it your body or is it a separate body? One of your blood cells. It's both. But your dog is not one with you. It's outside of you. It's separate from one with you. Oneness is outside and inside of separateness. Really, it's like it's kind of all encompassing. And separate is inside or outside of oneness. It's it's something that is separate with from another structure that is one with itself. So that's what these are. I think they are the foundation of actual like philosophy. If philosophy is the study of perspective, I think these four primary perspectives are the fundamental perspectives that we can use to start understanding philosophy in a much more defined and manner. That's not just this guy's philosophy versus that guy's philosophy versus that guy's philosophy that are all very similar. These four primary perspectives are how we understand everything and everyone that is someone and everything that is anything. Because anything is different from another thing, and any one is different from another one. But how do we understand the boundaries of this? You need a way of a framework to fit that lays out those boundaries. That outlines those boundaries. These four primary perspectives are that, and they are fundamental. That's why they are codependent and simultaneous. So they're not things I picked. Like, you can't pick the four primary perspectives. You realize what they are, and then you write them down. If you understand what's inside, what it means to be inside, that means you intrinsically understand what it means to be outside. It also means that you understand what it means to be you versus whatever it is that you're talking about being inside or outside of, meaning you understand separateness and oneness all simultaneously. That's not something I made up. It's something that anyone could deduce, and it would inevitably deduce. So, and then we talked. This is a model of the nature of, I guess, the initial quantitative constraints of creation of multiplicity, and then this is an information model of kind of self-reflective. It's like a self-reflective information model. It's where a matrix structure calculates a number that contains within it the same symmetry structures of the matrix itself. And so self-reflection, or self-reference. It's an information model of self-reference, or it's a model of self-referential information. That's what it is. So those are, this is a metaphysical map of of different beings and the evolution of the cosmos. This is the periodicity of sentience in sentient singularity theory. A hadron is the initial sentient being within the universe. The universe would be sentient, or a sentient being as well. But this, in our evolutionary chain that is within our cosmology, you could say, or within our universe, a hadron, a proton, or a neutron would be the first, is supposed to be the first beings. This is how a map of kind of how perspectives in between nested beings and interacting nested beings or nested minds kind of spits out the four-dimensional space-time that we perceive. And then this is another model of just information, basically showing inevitable quantities that emerge when you're actually modeling true information, which means it's like got to be self-contained a bit. Which I can show that later. I have a video animating this entire process on my channel. You can look up like quantum computing versus classical computing, and it's about like a minute long. But you need models like this, like that are very specific if you're going to have a theory. It can't just be something vague, and it definitely can't be uh, a term that says like non-dual. That's not a theory. A non-dualism is a non-theory. But yeah, next clip.
I thought we could kind of go through this map and use sort of use this conversation as a bit of an introductory resource for people to get a feel for the current landscape of views about consciousness. Because, as you say, there's a lot out there. And the most interesting thing is that the majority, or almost the majority, depending on how you count it as well, of the theories that you consider fall under this broad category of materialism. Now, people have heard of materialism or physicalism. It's the idea that the universe is made out of matter, and in consciousness, this means that consciousness is somehow just made out of matter. But how would you best define materialism with a philosophical hat on, given that it surely requires some understanding of what matter is?
Let me go back to
Again, he's right. Like when you say it's made out of matter, what is matter is a very important question. Everybody asks what is consciousness. That is a way less important question than what is matter. We intrinsically understand what sentience is. I use the term sentience because we have a first person experience of it always. Matter is something that we sometimes experience and sometimes don't. When you're dreaming, you have an experience that isn't really like as much. It's not matter. You might experience similar experiences that you would experience in the material world, but it's not. There's something different about it. And once when I was dreaming, I realized I was dreaming when this was in college, and it was the best lucid dream of my life, and most like amazing and memorable lucid dream. It's really the only one that I can specifically still remember, where I was dreaming, and then I realized at some point in my dream that I'm dreaming and that I'm not awake. And I was like, that means I can do kind of what I want. And that means I might be able to fly. And I was like, let's see. I just started hovering, and it was kind of like balancing on a balance beam was the experience. It wasn't like I was Superman where I just took off. That would have been more fun, but it was still a blast. I just literally started hovering, and I had to balance while I was hovering, which gave it like some aspect of achievement, which was cool. And I just spent the rest of my dream like practicing hover balancing, and it was awesome. But if I right now was like, it's all mind actually, because I'm a mind, and my body is composed of minds, and I'm inside of a mind, and mind is actually fundamental, not matter, then I should be able to fly, right? And the thing is that that's not actually the case, because of there's just wills at play that are more powerful than yours. And causality is actually a constraint that we must take into account. Causality in terms of how we impact each other is what I mean by causality. That's really causality is when someone's ability to impact someone else. And beyond that, there really isn't causality in sentient singularity theory, because protons and neutrons are sentient beings. So if you hit the dirt or throw a rock, then you are still like impacting other sentient beings, even if you don't throw the rock at, another person or an animal or something. So it doesn't mean the rock is sentient. In sentient singularity theory, this pen is not sentient. But the protons and neutrons that make it up are assumed to be sentient. And maybe the molecules or there is sentience on a molecular level in sentient singularity theory. I am not sure if all molecules of what we call molecules are sentient. I would imagine no, but some of them are. And maybe it's certain compounds. Maybe it's all compounds, but not all molecules. I'm still working on it. But protons and neutrons are assumed to be sentient. All cells are assumed to be sentient. And all animals are, well, again, most animals are assumed to be sentient. Planaria worms are probably not. And most plants are assumed to not be sentient, actually, but their cells are in sentient singularity theory. So this is very specific, though. There's a periodicity of sentience in sentient singularity theory that is eightfold, and there's an explanation for it even being eightfold, and which is two overlapping four-dimensional minds, because of the four primary perspectives are the foundational dimensionality of mind outside of singularity, and because they're the initial way of us organizing our perspectives, which is information. And so when people say information is fundamental in this theory, what does that mean? Information informs someone. That means perspectives would be fundamental. Perspectives of who, though? So it's like they can't be fundamental because they come from someone, which means someone is more fundamental than some perspective. This is why sentient singularity theory on my website, it says under the writings, it says sentient singularity theory, the theory of everyone. It's emergently a theory of everything, but it's not attempting to be a theory of everything. It's attempting to explain the fundamental context, and it is proposing that it is a single mind that is creating additional minds within itself according to a very specific symmetry structure and a very specific process that is constrained by by the logic of causality itself. And that is what is happening. And then it tries to model those in a two-dimensional, Excel format. But when people say it's all matter, it's the same thing as saying it's all information. Matter is what matters. To who? To you. Information informs who? You. If information doesn't inform anyone, it's not information. If matter doesn't matter to anyone, it's not matter. It's funny because the term matter, it contained within it is really like an explanation of what it is. And I think we should be using the term sentience instead of consciousness because it's more specific, because what defines a being as opposed to a thing is that it's someone, and someone has feelings and will of their own. They have feelings and will of their own. That's the definition. If you don't have feelings and will of your own, then you aren't someone. You're just something. And so we need to be way more specific if we're going to actually try and have a fundamental theory. I'm not saying these other theories like Eric Weinstein's geometric unity or Stephen Wolfram's work are wrong, or that analytic idealism, Bernardo Kastrup's work, is wrong. I'm saying that it's not. None of them are fundamental. They're not as fundamental as is fundamental. They are maybe more fundamental than our current theories, and I think that they are, but they're not as fundamental as sentient singularity theory. And you can follow the terminology in order to figure this out. Geometric unity. Okay, what's being geometrically united? Emergence theory. From what? What is emerging and where is it emerging from? And monism. It's all one. One what? Dualism. It's two things. Mind and matter are two different things. Okay, but what is the explanation for them though? You need, even in the name of the theory, kind of it needs to contain a definition that is actually like a summation of it's like the ultimate distillation of the theory. The only thing I could go more fundamental with sentient singularity theory would be like theism. The definition would be the term would be theism. But sentient singularity theory would be, a specific language associated with answering specific questions and that gives us a model of the constructive and interactive map of minds. Yes. So it's attempting to showcase. It includes to showcase something specific about theism, and which is like a description of the process of the creation of multiplicity of sentience, and an explanation for the perception of differentiation and of what we call space and what we call time, and many other things that emerge from that, and really truly a proposal of what is sentient and what is not. It does propose that sentience is fundamental, but so would panpsychism, so would I guess maybe monism, maybe not. It just depends on who's monism. But panpsychism, though, idealism, these would all, if you talk to the people that created them, they would say it means that it includes the idea that sentience or consciousness is fundamental. Sentience is focused on feeling. Feeling is the defining characteristic of someone. It's not I think, therefore I am. It's only someone can think, but you don't have to think. Someone does feel. You can't not feel. You feel. There's no avoiding it. If you stop feeling, you cease to exist. If you stop thinking, then you're just probably watching reality television, or you're binging, Homeland, which is a great show. My wife and I finished the entire show in like 8 seasons in a few weeks. There was a couple times where the sun started, where we pulled an all-nighter, and it was the middle of the week. Just twice we did this, and it's the only time I think we've ever done this with a show. But all of a sudden, the sun started coming up. We looked at each other, and we were like, "What did we do? What have we done?" But it's a good show. But yeah, you don't have to think when you're binge watching television. It's just like walking. You don't have to walk. Only, I mean, I don't even want to say that. Only a human can walk, but that's not true. But or only someone can walk. That's not even necessarily true. But thinking is a metaphysical action that you have to choose. It's not something that you just do. We feel like we're thinking more than we actually are thinking. It's pretty rare that you are thinking throughout the day. It's not when you open the fridge and you look at what is in there and you're like, what do I want to eat? You're not thinking, actually. You're observing and then making a decision based on what you're feeling. But if you are like trying to calculate how you're going to figure out what you're going to eat based on, hitting a calorie goal for the meal, and you're counting calories and stuff, then you're thinking, and that's like, that is different than just picking what you want based on like how you're feeling. But yeah, so feeling is what defines being. And in sentient singularity theory, things come from beings, or things are perceived and defined and emerge from beings, and the interaction of those beings in the context of their relationship. But being, meaning someoneness, is eternal, but multiplicity of someoneness is not eternal. It took an intentional action in sentient singularity theory. So there's so much that's specific about sentient singularity theory that is not specific to like panpsychism. Panpsychism doesn't tell you what is conscious. some panpsychists would say, if you said, is this pen conscious? And they'd be like, in a way, yeah, it's just less conscious, or like conscious in a different way, but like a less way. It's like, no. There's no definition of conscious at that point, or sentient is a better term. Is this pen sentient? Conscious, really, like, we use it the wrong way. The right term is sentient. Conscious, we say aware, but aware of what? Aware means feeling, fundamentally. If you're not feeling, you're not aware of anything. Even what you see and is just a physical sensation, which is a level of feeling. But then there's emotional sensation, which is a more fundamental level of feeling. But they're both feelings. All perception is feeling. So emotion is the perception of self. It's the feeling of oneself. You feel your own self moving, being impacted. Your metaphysical someoneness, your soul, you could say, in a theological tradition, that's the term they would use, but your someoneness is being impacted by who you are is being impacted. That's when you feel an emotion. It's changing in a way, almost. That doesn't mean it's changing to a really like noticeable or permanent degree, but it's you're changing. Your someoneness is being moved, I guess, is being recontextualized from over here to over there. It's why you say when you hear this beautiful song, you're like, that song really moved me. It didn't move you physically, but it moved you metaphysically. It moved your someoneness from over there to over here. It moved your emotional state, your emotional context, which is the context of your you-ness. So this is not explained in panpsychism. Maybe there's different types of panpsychism, but I don't know of any that are actually specific to enough to say give an outline and a proposal of what is sentient and what structures are sentient beings and what structures are not. And the structures that are not, where did they come from? What's their explanation? And the structures that are, where did they come from and what's their explanation? Sentient singularity theory provides that. It's just a matter of me writing it. If you watch this channel long enough, then you know that this is true. But the problem is that, I do 4-hour-long live streams, and, you have to watch for a while, multiple live streams to start to get an understanding of sentient singularity theory. We do have a Discord server if you would like to be admitted into the community that is associated with this project. It's a great group. Private message me on Instagram and I will send you the link. But sometimes we have calls on there. Sometimes it's just people talking amongst each other. Sometimes it's talking to me. But I think it is important. Community is an important thing in this pursuit. Tyler, I'm pondering this question, and I've not yet answered it myself. What do you think is the universe's greatest secret? What you're asking is, what is basically what you're asking, I'd say, is like, what is God's greatest secret? I don't think God has secrets. That doesn't mean everyone knows everything ever other than God. It just means, and knowing everything really just means knowing everyone at any given time, or knowing everyone that exists, and what context they're currently in their relation to each other. Meaning, like, God knows every cell that is in your body. Every someone that is a cell that is in your body, he knows it, and he knows that it is in your body, or that is makes up your body. And he also knows you, and he knows that your body was initially assembled, and your soul was embodied, or your someoneness was embodied into the physical world, or entered the physical world inside of that someone, and then was birthed out. So like he knows everyone, and that's how you know everything, really, is by knowing everyone and everyone's relationship to each other. Then you can perceive everything, actually. But people will say, well, what about does he know what's going to happen tomorrow? And some of what's going to happen tomorrow, but he doesn't know exactly what everyone's going to do next, because that's the defining difference between us and anyone else, including God, is that we have individual wills. What I want is not tied to what you want. That doesn't mean we don't want the same thing. It just means like I can change my mind and it won't change yours. And same thing with God. God has his goals and what he wants. Sometimes ours are different. If ours conflict with his, then eventually, like your goals will not be allowed to be achieved, or at least continue to be achieved, because he's not going to let your goals override and destroy his goals. Why would you do that? My dog wants to do certain things. I don't let my dog just do whatever they want. Eventually I'm going to be like, you got to come inside. You can't stay outside forever. But my dogs have their own will. It's different from mine. Our cells have different will from ours. Otherwise cancer wouldn't exist. Cancer is when a cell maybe sometimes makes a choice, but based on knowing its context and just, I don't know, being evil, or but most likely it's a cell that has lost track of its context, and it has now prioritized its own glory, basically, and not realize that it's doomed. Like if a cell ends up becoming metastatic and going cancerous, and it's allowed to just continue without any without being stopped, it's going to kill the person, the body of the person that that is having the cancer now. So, which kills the cells. So it's self-defeating. And but if you knew exactly when any cell would go metastatic, Michael Levin right now, who's doing great work, he's a biologist. He is working on through communicating with cells, basically through electrical signals, in order to kind of reorient them, and get them to see a different picture, basically, so that they reorient within an assembly and stop being cancerous. And it seems to be showing results, not just results, but like it's working, from what I understand. That's published in peer-reviewed work. You can look it up. It's amazing work. Curt did many interviews with him, but he's done many interviews with a lot of people. Michael Levin, his work is amazing. But I disagree with them on the idea that planaria are sentient beings. I call them corporisms in sentient singularity theory. But the issue is with this work is that we can't know who is someone and who isn't, other than ourselves. We can make assumptions about it, but we can't know it. I don't know my dog isn't an NPC, and I don't know that my wife isn't an NPC, basically. Like when you're dreaming, and if you dream about and your friend is in your dream, I don't think it's actually your friend. I think it's a mental construction that has been created by you representing your friend. So it's basically an NPC that has been created. But you don't know that in your dream. And you don't even know that out here. You just assume it. And it makes sense for many reasons that not to assume that people are not someone, or that animals are not someone. At least, the ones that most animals, but it's interesting because I assume my dog is someone. I assume an earthworm is someone, but I don't assume a planaria worm is someone. and like how you kind of guess best at what, because that really is what it is. It's a guess, because only someone knows that they are someone for sure. Because you need an interior perspective, and you don't have that if you're not the person themselves. So, but you need to. It's an attempt to sentient singularity theory as a framework. The framework lays out the defining characteristics of sentience and the boundaries of how we should look for the boundaries, and then that can help you guess best at who is sentient. If you can cut a body or an animal into like 50 pieces, and it just makes 50 of them instead of it dies, and then the assembly starts falling apart, which is like what happens when you cut an earthworm in half. But a planaria worm, you cut it in half, it makes 2. You cut it into 50 pieces, it makes 50 new planarias. If you cut it into 250 pieces, it makes 250 new planaria worms. This is evidence that this structure is not someone. It's something that's made of a bunch of cells that are sentient, that are acting together. It's a corporation of cells. Like when you can cut a corporation into a bunch of different corporations, and then get the Wynn Hotel and the Encore instead of just the Wynn, because some power couple in Vegas gets divorced, and now it's 2 companies instead of 1. There was a restaurant in where I grew up called Guadalajara Grill in Tucson, and Tucson has the best Mexican food in the entire country. And this restaurant, Guadalajara Grill, is famous for having like the best Mexican food in Tucson. It was owned by a family that then split, and now you have Guadalajara Grill over here and Guadalajara Grill over here, and they're the same name, similar menus, not the same ownership, and over time they've gone like this. But if you're just looking at the name Guadalajara Grill, you'd be like, it's the same restaurant. But then it's not if you look at the right things. But you have to know what to look for, and you have to have a context that allows you to like interpret certain things. So for tests in Michael Levin's work, they basically trained planaria worms to react a certain way to light, and then they cut them into a bunch of pieces, and then they retested the new worms that were created from cutting up the one worm to see if it retained memories, and it seemed to. And so the conclusion of Michael Levin so far, it seems, is that memory is that people would read into that. I think the wrong thing is that it's that memories can be passed on to a different someone, is what many people would think about that. But if you have a different context and you say, no, actually what you trained were the cells of this being, and then you cut it up, it's still the same cells, and they have the same memories and the same experiences and the same learnings, so they're going to react the same way. And cells certainly have memory and the ability to learn. That's like why you get vaccinated, is because you're training your cells to react to certain molecules in a certain way. That's what you're doing with vaccines. That's the whole point of it. And any kind of immune system training treatments are for the sake of teaching your cells to something new, for them to remember for when it's useful in the future. That's it. So, when it's not a revelation that cells can learn. We know that from vaccines, and you could probably see it from observation. But you need to realize, okay, actually, if the cells were learning, then yeah, you'd still have the memories being passed on, because it's not the memories being passed on to different worms from the single worm. It's the same cells in the training as also are in when they were being retested. So this but this is like the thing is, you need a specific framework to even give you a kind of a hypothesis like that. And you could probably find an experiment that would figure out an experiment that would even more give you even more evidence that I'm right, that it's just the cells, versus if Michael Levin's right and it's different, different worms, different beings, but the memories were passed on somehow. I don't think that that's the case, though. Because like you don't remember, the memories of others before you, usually, at least. It's not a normal experience. Some people claim to, I don't. And it's not a normal experience from what I gather by talking to other people. This is, again, why specificity matters a lot. In like whether or not we call something a theory. It's like, is panpsychism a theory? I don't know. What's a theory? Theory. Definition. I'll go to the chat in a minute. It's a well-supported explanation of some aspect of the natural or social world built on a body of facts, observations, and rigorously tested hypotheses. It organizes knowledge, explains why things happen, and reliably predicts future outcomes. So, sentient singularity theory, people say, well, what's the prediction? The prediction, is many. It's a framework, a fundamental framework. It's going to have endless predictions, allow for endless predictions. One of them is that it's not, that it's the same cells that have the same memories of training in these experiments that people put on with planaria worms, and that no new beings were created. And no beings were destroyed when you cut up a planaria worm. It's the same cells that just have memory of the past. That's a theory. That it's a prediction. Can it be? Now you have to try and test it. Find an experiment that allows for testing that. I need to think more about how you would do that. But a scientific theory represents the highest level of certainty. It is not a guess. It is a proven framework. Here's the thing about a fundamental theory is that there's no instance in which it's not able to be perceived. There's no, because it's a pattern that is existent everywhere. It's a proposal about the nature of existence that is always present. In every observation, and that we make, and also beyond our own observations, which means it's never falsifiable, because there's no instance in which it could possibly be not occurring by definition. No matter what that fundamental proposal is about the nature of reality, whatever you could just say, reality is fundamentally inanimate and not conscious. Okay. I mean, your personal experience just kind of is a constant, what's the opposite of confirmation is like, constant, opposite confirmation. Opposite of confirmation. I don't even know if there technically would be an opposite of confirmation, truly. Denial, rejection, contradiction, refutation. It's a constant constantly contradicting you that idea. So I don't know. You have to deny your own self, and you wouldn't be able to do that. You can't deny anything to deny something is to deny anything is to assert your own existence. So it's to confirm it confirms your own existence. There's no way to avoid it. So it kind of the idea, the whole like test of is it provable or falsifiable, and if not, then it's not part of science and it's not worth taking seriously, those things go out the window when we're trying to figure out what is fundamentally true about fundamental existence. The rules don't work anymore. And Stephen Wolfram said this. He said, you're not looking for proof or falsifiability. You're looking for constant confirmation. And he's completely right. So again, though, you have to know what you're even looking for to figure out what would indicate that this is correct. How do we look for this, being correct? People will look at, like, one of the common criticisms of sentient singularity theory is, I'd be like, protons and neutrons are sentient beings in sentient singularity theory. Okay, but that's not falsifiable. And they'll say it's not provable. It's not provable or falsifiable. Your sentience is not provable or falsifiable to me. It's not falsifiable by you, and it's constantly confirmed, but it is constantly confirmed by you, which means it's not there's no moment of proof. It's constant. It's constantly contradicting the idea that you your anything any attempt that you make, any argument that you state, it's like saying, I think consciousness is an illusion. You end up just self-defeating your own statement in the statement. It's self-defeating. So yeah, I mean, like I said, you need to understand this though, but you can't understand this unless you've actually attempted it firsthand to do this, and you realize, like, the rules are different, because otherwise you're just somebody's telling you the rules changed, and your assumption is going to be like, well, no, you're just changing the rules to fit your theory. It's like, no, try to answer the question, what is existence, the nature of existence, it's fundamentally, and the structure of existence fundamentally, and just from logic and personal experience, not from like anything other than that, because that's really how you start forming any understanding of anything, which is there's understanding, and then there's that, and that's it. And then there's just memorization. I used to say to people in college, I'd be like, well, do you know that, like, string theory actually, like, shows there's actually 11 dimensions, not 4. So scientists now understand there's like 11 dimensions. No. I thought that I was like, yeah, I'm so informed. I watched Michio Kaku. And that's not understanding. Understanding is like, okay, what is the definition of dimension? And then, like, let's look at our own observations of dimensions. Okay, you can't come to the conclusion that there's 11 dimensions given our current definition of dimensions. There's 4. And there might be expanded dimensions in a different context, but they're not added dimensions. They're like in a different, the context is different. So I remember Michio Kaku said this, people were like, where are these dimensions? And he's like, I don't know, maybe these dimensions are very, very small. It's like, now you're talking of, you've changed the context there. Like, there's no small dimensions. That destroys the definition of dimension if these dimensions are very, very small. Like, what does that even mean? Length is not small or big. Width is not small or big. And height is not small or big. And time is not small or big. Past is not small or big. Future is not small or big. Present is not small or big. These are perspectives of symmetry structures between interacting beings that we're perceiving, and in different contexts. And so this is like a dimension. Eric Weinstein said this to me once in a live stream he was doing that I joined on his Instagram. I said, if a dimension is a perspective, and he said, whoa, a dimension is not a perspective. A dimension is a degree of freedom. You can move along a dimension. And I didn't push back on it at the time, but because I was just interested in hearing, I had questions for him. I put it up on this channel, and his assistant flagged it for copyright. But it's still on his Instagram. I hope one day I get permission to post it here again. Just because I was asking him what is like to explain his observerse and explain what a dimension is in his observerse, because he says his observerse is 14 dimensions instead of 4. I think I understand where he's getting that number actually, but it changes a little bit the context of the perception of these dimensions, and to encompass different perspectives that cannot simultaneously be perceived by anyone in order to get that number. It doesn't matter. But the point is that dimension is not something that can be small. And I don't know. You've got to maintain consistency. And if you can't use any terms where you say, if you're going to say, my theory is that consciousness is fundamental, but we don't really know what consciousness is. Or my theory is that information is fundamental and all that exists is information, then I would say you don't know what information is. Like, by definition, information informs. It's not information if it doesn't inform. And information is context. It's an understanding of context. That's what information is. It's an understanding of context that someone has. So you can't say it's all just fundamentally information. No, that isn't a correct label for a theory that would assert or that would include the implications of that being true. It's not that that's false. It's not that it's false that like information exists. It's just that if you take what the definition of information and you extrapolate what that really means for what it would be fundamental, then someoneness is fundamental, which is sentient singularity theory. Yeah, if no one's being informed, it's not information. Matter is information in a specific context. That context is the context where you can't just override it due to your own mental actions. You have to take physical actions to override it. If I want to fly, I have to fly within the physical constraints. If I want to fly in the physical world, I have to I have to operate within and make use of the constraints and degrees of freedom within the physical world, which means the space in which a multiplicity of beings are interacting and impacting each other in a way that is real, to the point where you can't just think it away. You know, if I punch you, you can't just be like, I'm thinking that didn't exist. It's like, you're going to have a black eye minimum. Okay. I can punch. I did knock a guy out once, but it was defending myself. But it's like you have to know what that is. Like, you can't even say it's all fundamentally material. It's like, what is matter? What's the explanation for it? What's the explanation for its existence? And also the dimensionality of how we interact with it, like, you know, in 4D space-time. You need all that. But I would say that matter is what matters by definition, and fundamentally, it's what fundamentally matters. It's information that cannot be overridden by your own mental processes. You have to take physical processes Um, you have to take physical actions in order to change the information that is matter because of the context, which is like, others. Thoughts are, to change your thoughts, you just change your thoughts. Like I said, you can imagine that door red. In my dream, I could imagine myself flying, and I had that experience in my lucid dream. But here, if I want to fly, I need to build a plane or a helicopter or something like that takes all the beings into account, which includes every proton and neutron and cell and other people around me and God that I'm within into account, and their current state into account. I have to operate within the context that is created by their current state. I can't just change the context on my own will. I have to operate within the context because that's just the reality. Yeah. The world is everything that we perceive in the material, what we call matter, is actually due to the social the social interactions of beings, you could say. It doesn't, by social, I just mean the interactions of someone's. Congrats, friend. Thank you. I really do like the way you think and how you are able to communicate these ideas. That is my greatest skill that I have in I think that's probably my greatest skill is, and I have a lot of skills, a lot of things that I'm not good at too. I'm not a good dancer. I'm not good at playing an instrument. I'm not a good singer. I'm not good at playing on team sports. Other than soccer, I'm pretty good at playing defense on soccer because I will just, eat it and take a hit from a ball. But but that's not because I'm good at interacting with other people on a team. I've learned that I'm not. I'm very good at a lot of individual sports like martial arts and rock climbing, things of personal achievement, where it's you versus a problem, not you and others coordinating as a team. My brother's very good at playing on team sports. He's not very good at individual sports. And we're both athletic. It's just about where's your focus? When I'm playing on a team sport, I want to look good to my teammates. I want to be I want my teammates to be like, Tyler's a good teammate. And that actually makes you a bad teammate because you're not focusing on the objective. You're focusing on how you're being perceived by your teammates. And same thing with dancing. It's I'm not a good dancer because I'm focusing on looking good while dancing, instead of actually just flowing and feeling physically and physically embodying a rhythm. Same thing with playing an instrument. But I'm a very good fighter, and fighting and dancing are the same moves. And so that just tells you everything that you need to know about not about how much your goals can be different actually. My goals when dancing are different from other people's goals when dancing, who are good at dancing. But I've seen people try to do martial arts in classes, and it's clear that they want to look good when they're doing martial arts, and they look awful and they can't fight because they're focused on how they're looking instead of focusing on dodging that punch and then knocking that person out. And it's a goal. The goal of fighting is, they're not focused on the goal of fighting actually. They'd actually probably be better dancers. So anyways, that's total rant, side tangent. But overall competency is knowing what you're general competency is just knowing what you're competent at. If you know what you're good at and what you're not good at, that is general competence. That is the only definition of general competence. Nobody's good at everything. but I like describing these things and finding the right words and speaking about these terms is definitely like probably the thing I'm best at of all my talents. And I say that honestly and humbly. I don't know anybody who's as good at it as me. And I know some of the people who are the best at it. Like I've worked with and know some of these people um, who are very notable philosophers today. And just due to my past job and this, I worked with Jordan Peterson for a while, and and Curt is like probably one of the best in the world too. Right now, he said something brilliant the other day that I heard. It's rare that I hear people say things that I'm like, dang, that's like brilliant about these fundamental questions now. That isn't myself, but it happens sometimes. And I've said on here before, like how I was trying to work out for a while and then I wasn't succeeding. And I kept saying to my wife, why do I keep failing to work out? I really want to work out. And then I realized, no, I want to work out, which is different from actually wanting to work out. Because there's been times in my life where I did want to work out and I worked out and I got in great shape. There's other times in my life, like now, where I want to be in good shape, but I don't actually want to work out. And so I don't. So it's hard though to kind of realize when your mind is like what your actual goal is in when you're like taking an action or you're even planning to take actions. But Curt kind of said something that was in a similar context. He was talking about like maintaining goodness. I'm gonna play the clip because I don't at some point, because maybe next week, because I don't want to botch it, but I don't want to botch it, so I'm not going to say it, because I'll share it though, because I want you to hear it from his own words. It was that good. It was brilliant. It was about like your will, what do you want to do versus what do you want to do in the context of like morals. And it was legitimately brilliant. So there are certainly others out there that are great thinkers. And it's interesting, like watching Curt's podcast is he, will interview these people, and he does such a great job of it because he investigates these topics and the work of the people that he has on so rigorously, and then and tries to come to such an understanding of it prior to it, and then he really like knows what questions to ask, lets them talk, doesn't really speak that much, but then he could go and write and write and write and write, and I can sit on here and talk and talk and talk, and but I can't write because I just second guess everything that I write. It's just odd how like different people, seem to have can have similar interests but different skills. I don't know, but there's only one structure of mind. There's only one way to think, but yet we all have these aspects of us that is individual. I think though that there is a finite amount of like differentiation within every single aspect of people. It's odd when you meet somebody that looks like somebody else that and they also act kind of like somebody else that It's like, that's not a coincidence. If they like the same things, like I've noticed that people that like the same style that I do on certain things, like they will also have the same interests in other fields that I have that are seem totally unrelated. And that's maybe that's something that maybe you could contain within sentient singularity theory. Maybe you have to put it in Curt's fourth category. But anyways, total side tangent as usual. The chat is awesome, by the way. Please hit the like button. I'm going to go through the chat now. I know you guys are asking so many questions. Physics would say matter is ultimately mass, which is just energy in a wavelength in waveform within a field. What is that, though? I can tell you within sentient singularity theory what all of those things are. What is mass? What is gravity? What is mass in the context, and how its relationship with gravity? What is energy versus versus matter? This is there's a video that Clea Irwin from the Quantum Gravity Research Foundation put out called "What is Reality?" We've watched it on clips of it on here, and it's very good. You should watch it. He's got his theory is emergence theory, which is a theory that incorporates and includes consciousness, and has it in this says that the kind of ultimate pixel of our of reality, I guess, is a tetrahedron, which is a four-sided shape. I would say it's not a tetrahedron. That's a three-dimensional representation of a fourfold symmetry, or of like a four-sided symmetry structure. But the four primary perspectives are a four-sided symmetry structure that's also connected, where each side is connected in a certain way, and it's just in linguistic form. And I think that it gives you more information than saying the world is fundamentally tetrahedrons. But regardless, in this video, he says clear when he has these little like cartoon of these famous philosophers and scientists throughout the ages arguing with each other, and they're saying, oh, the world is fundamentally matter, and he's like, no, it's fundamentally energy. And he's like, somebody else comes in, they're like, no, the world is fundamentally information. And he's like, no, it's energy. No, it's information. No, it's matter. And he's like, matter is energy. And he's like, and then he goes, information is energy too, basically. And then what the heck is any of this? Like you have to say what gives us the different, you have to give the context that would explain the three different perspectives of whatever this is, this information, energy, matter, that we can kind of differentiate, but also seem to be the same thing in different context. What is that context? That's the question. And I will tell you that context is not an equation, not just an equation. It's not saying that an equation doesn't explain, doesn't describe some certain attributes of that structure / process, but it's not context. Context has to include someone, and at least you, and probably beyond you, and certainly beyond you, actually, like because we're talking about that which is by definition beyond you. Like matter is something that you can't just, again, think away. It's something outside of your being that you can perceive. And same thing with energy. Like, so again, saying matter is just energy, or it's just mass, it's not false, but it's also not true enough to actually tell us anything about the nature of what's actually happening here. What is this, and why are we seeing it? Doesn't answer that. You're just giving an added term to show that there's a perspective that we can take on it, or a context that exists where this string of causality seems to take on a different form. And like why is like waves versus particles? It's not particles that, like the way people think of particles. It's points on a greater structure that we are observing from within that is moving. So it is a wave going through a field, which really means you're inside of something that is moving, and you're perceiving that movement from the inside, but the constraints of focus of your own mind will inevitably mean that when you take a measurement, I don't want to say measurement because I hate when people say that. When you go and you make an observation in a specific moment, you will see you will focus by the nature of focus itself, the logic of definition of focus, a single thing. And that thing we call a particle, but it's actually a point. It's a better way of putting, is a better description. So an electron is a point, probably a point of focus that is caused by us perceiving a wave in a context of which is really just a thing that we're inside of is moving. We say it's really a field. What does that even mean? No, it's you're someone and you're inside of someone, and that someone that you're inside of is moving, and so are you. And you're also looking at this someone, the body of the someone, which is an assembly of other someones, basically, but also a greater structure, information structure, kind of moving that. Just like when I move and I pick up this water bottle, yes, my arm is made up of a bunch of cells, but there's a wave of will that is cascading through that assembly of cells, and you're seeing that. That means you're seeing every single wave, every single cell move. Imagine being a cell inside my arm while I reach for this, and then trying to look at a single point, and with as much focus as you possibly can, or which maybe some people say a small possible point as possible. But really, you get to a point where you're just seeing a point, and it has nothing to do with size. It's about the fact that it's about the resolution, the possibility, the constraints of how much of the resolution of your instruments, which is they are going to be constructed of other someones. Everything we build is made out of atoms, which are made out of protons and neutrons. Including even like your eyes, but also your, electron microscopes. Their resolution is going to be limited, and to actually what is like the fundamental structure of matter, which is really where multiplicity occurs within existence, within the universe, which is going to be protons and neutrons. That is the initial one. It's not quarks like people think. Quarks are points of force, probably, that are not individual beings. They are like the fingers of the universe, maneuvering in and constructing a self-referential information structure, a mental structure, by the combination of their own inputs, multiplicity of inputs. You form a symmetry structure that can embody a being and allow for the mental processes to occur that are perception, really, which is like you need this weird symmetry structure that allows for differentiation and categorization and ordering or hierarchicalization. And this is like this it's this binary triadic structure, which it means like you need a structure that allows for the perception of this versus that, and also allows for a weightedness to be perceived, because it allows for us to actually like perceive value and make like this is more valuable than that. This is which is kind of allows for the embodiment of like will and a goal in the first place. And so that means you need a structure that is kind of binary triadic, which is exactly what a proton and a neutron are. They're two up quarks and a down quark, which is really just two different types of quarks, but it's three quarks for two up quarks and a down quark for a proton, or two down quarks and an up quark for a neutron, which is also a binary triadic structure. It's a structure, an information structure that allows for information to exist. It's strange because at this level, you're constructing the structure that the information is contained within and the information simultaneously, and it's just they're kind of the same. It's just two different like ways of perspectives of thinking about it, kind of. So this is why my models actually work so well, is because I did this, I created my models in Excel. And if you're trying to do this just within the context of algebra, which is what most people are trying to do, like E equals MC squared, they're trying to, like Michio Kaku is saying, like, if we just came up with an equation that was maybe an inch long, which, what does that even mean, an inch long? Like, what level of font are you using? Is it size 24 or is it size, 2? An inch long. I mean, I get it. He's being not specific, but again, you need to be specific if you're going to be able to like describe and have any chance of what are we trying to actually do? Well, I'm trying to create an equation that could be an inch long. You're already not being specific enough to help you answer, like, get what you want to do. But he says, an equation that could be an inch long that will help us read the mind of God. You can't read the mind of God. Like, I mean, maybe you could, but like, you can't change the mind of God if he doesn't want to change. That's really the point. And, but he, he doesn't even believe in God. So, I don't know why he shouldn't be using the term. But I actually like, you're not looking for that. You're trying to find a way to model the constraints of logic and causality and kind of organization itself. So Excel with this, let me show you. Theory of everything. With an equation, you're already, you're not creating the context of the equation within the equation itself. So you're just kind of assuming that the context already exists, because it usually does with this type of stuff, but you're not creating the context. So when I built this model, I didn't make a 3x3 grid and then put numbers and equations into it, which, by the way, it is calculating. I started with one cell and I was like, okay, there's single being. What information can I build from here? And I tried to make it symmetrical, because you're searching for symmetry structures when that's the only way to make sense of things on a fundamental level, is to use something to contextualize itself, basically. So whatever I did here, I had to do here. And so I could get this. This basically is this. This is a cell that contains the same, it's just basically saying this cell shows the information that is here, which is our starting point. And then this cell is showing that we're adding this perspective of information, of a set of information, to this perspective of a set of information. But we're kind of just like, this is adding a new context, but it's the same string, but in a different context. And this one is, again, the same string, but it's showing, it's adding a level, because you're combining the two different perspectives here. So it's just building and building and building. And so I started with this, and then I made this one and this one, and then I made this one and this one and this one, and then I made this one and this one, and then I made this, and here I was multiplying, and here I was adding at the same time. So I was just taking in the information that I was putting in internally, and I was using it to construct on itself, basically, from an internal perspective when it comes to equations, and from an external perspective when it comes to equations, but also from a relational perspective when it comes to these actions, which is going to end up, which you can do in Excel and with a matrix like this. You can't do this with just an equation. There's no equation that can represent this, because you need to represent three different kind of or maybe even you could say 4 different things going on here. You need to show the relationship between these actions that are taking place. You need to show what is the action that is taking place, and and also like what is the perception of the action that is taking place at the same time, which is at least those 3, which is this internal calculation, external calculation, and the construction of the context of those calculations at the same time, all simultaneously. And then you get to this number 33, which is kind of a distillation of, it's self-referential because it's a 3x3 structure that is being calculated from information within a 3x3 structure. So it's like it's like representative of the structure that it came from in every way. It is the summation of all the information, internal, external, and also structural. This is a 3x3 grid. This is a 3x3, super literally, that's what that is. And also it is calculated based on simultaneous internal and external actions and perception of actions of information changes. And so I have another model. I know that's like very complicated. Maybe it's not complicated. It might be very confusing. That's what I'll say. It's not complicated. It's actually very simple, but it might be confusing because it's hard to teach something like this because there's nothing else like it. There's literally nothing else like it. Constructing a model of the most fundamental structures is going to be unlike doing anything else because you're lacking the context of that which already exists. So you're lacking the context of multiplicity when you start. So you have to use itself to build it. That's very, very different from everything else. And that, again, goes on to just basically make this because you just scale up symmetry structures. But even this is all from one input. But again, it's doing the same thing. This is doing the exact same thing as the other thing. It's just a bunch of them of those matrix structures. I call them concrescent structures interacting with each other. And this would be, and then it reruns the entire thing again once it reaches the endpoint, which you can't go any further because you reach a constraint of oneness, a context of oneness where no others can be created outside of what has been created. So you have to, in order to make more, you have to start the process again internally. So this is basically, it's a universe. It's the evolution of sentience in the universe. This is one verse, I call it, and it's inside of this verse, and it just goes on and on and on. It's the Matryoshka dolls. One is inside the next, but because it's 2-dimensional, I put it below instead of inside. But I have an animation of it as well, and even contained within this is the 4 primary perspectives as well. You're kind of getting this here. And these are inevitable numbers that you don't choose. Like, there's only one way to do this. If you keep everything symmetrical as you do it, and you're only basing it off of the preceding value, and you're starting with 1. You can't start with 6. You are always starting with 1 because there's only one existence. And you know, you can't get 6 without starting at 1. There is no 6 as a quantity without it being 6 ones. So you are intrinsically starting with 1. You must start with 1. And if you don't start with 0, when people say, how do you create a universe from nothing? No. The real question is, how does you can't, it's like, so you have to basically propose another question that doesn't make sense. But how does the question is, how does multiplicity of being come from singularity of being? And the only answer is choice and will. That is legitimately the only answer. It is logically inevitable that every single someone that exists in the universe, from every mosquito that I can't stand to, my wife, who I love more than anyone else in the universe, all of them were choices by God to create. Even the most annoying person had to be chosen by God to be created. That doesn't mean God chose their actions. It just means God chose to make them for a reason. I don't know what that reason is. He knows exactly what those reasons are. Why does Curt like Taco Bell? God only knows. I mean, it's other than the fact that it's good, but like, why is he really like Taco Bell? Why does he eat a lot of Taco Bell? I don't know what he's saying. Yeah, because God only knows. But this is because I didn't start from, I wasn't a physicist. Like, if you go and get physics training, people said this to me. They were like, when I've introduced these models to and showed them to some physics and math PhDs, they all said to me, to think that you could have done this without any formal physics or math training is insane. And it's like, this isn't physics. It's related to physics, but what I'm trying to do is figure out why we see the things in physics that we do. Why do we have the models that we have? Why do we make the observations that we make? Not what is the context that causes physics? That's my question. That's what sentient singularity theory is. It's not a physics theory. And if I was trying to do this in the same way that Michio Kaku is trying to do it, with just algebra, I wouldn't be able to do it, because you're only able to follow one string of information that you can only create in the first place when it's assumed to be in the context of, some external like description, like equals MC squared is when it's energy equals mass times the speed of causality squared. Okay. I'm trying to show what is the context that is responsible for the observation of mass, and the context that is responsible for the constraint of causality that we call the speed of light, and the context that is, that would explain, or what makes what differentiates energy from matter, really. But even though they're kind of assumed in the equation to be the same, but like, why? But they're also assumed in the equation to be perceived as different in different contexts. So like, why do we perceive them as different? That's what sentient singularity theory is about. And that is not about physics. It's about mind and the nature of fundamental existence and the nature of understanding and the limits of our understanding. That's what that's about. And it requires like a personal investigation, really. Like, you don't need physics training. You need to be humble enough to examine what you're doing and be like, ask yourself the right questions about it. Because a lot of people, they see something that's true, kind of, and they'll do psychedelics, or they'll have some type of epiphany, and then they're like, I need to write my theory of everything. And they end up making a bunch of associating with sacred geometry and stuff like that. And I went through that after my epiphanies about this. I started seeing patterns everywhere. But and then they'll you should ask yourself, what am I getting from this? What is the potential cost of it? And are others getting out of this? What is my goal with it? Like, what, and are others getting out of it? What, like, um, what my goal is with it, with sharing it, and also what are they getting out of it, even if it's not my goal? Like, you need to ask these questions honestly as you go through this journey. And it's, a lot of people don't. Most people don't. Almost no one does, actually. And that's true in academia as much as it is true in, just woo communities, like new age communities or something. Yeah, I mean, most of the people who are writing papers in academia, a lot of them are writing papers to write papers, to rack up like a board of publications to add to their resume, that they think it gives them it's like having more money. They want more citations and things like that. That's their goal. And that's, maybe they should question that, the usefulness of that goal. Or be honest about it with everybody, which is fine. If you're like, I honestly just want to get more money because I like seeing the number go up on my bank account, instead of I have a goal to buy this house or something, that's fine, I guess. Like, I don't think that's very valuable, but like, at least you're honest. People need to do that with their academic pursuits as well. People who say like, I want to study physics and become a physicist and become a theoretical, or go into theoretical physics. Nobody chooses theoretical physics and ends up being like, the people that end up actually coming up with theories of that would add to physics are probably most likely, that are groundbreaking, are probably most likely people who didn't start with that as their goal. Like, it found them versus they found it. And it's like, if you want to be the best basketball player in the world, it's not something you could just want. It's something that has to find you, and you have to accept it. LeBron James doesn't have to be the best basketball player in the world, but he has the ability to. And but those two things have to be true. It's a dance we do with God. He gives us talents for us to share with the world and help others, and we can choose to use them how we wish, at least to a point. But I told the story before. My old roommate, who's a very talented rapper, sometimes he'd get frustrated. He'd be like, I just want to be famous. I've always I wanted to be famous. And the whole lifestyle, just like, I've always wanted that. And he would be frustrated that it wasn't happening. And in my head, I'm like, dude, you love rap. You started rapping because you love rap. You didn't start rapping to get famous. And you gotta remember the goal with these pursuits. It's hard. It's really hard. Sometimes I get caught up in them. I'm like, I only have less than 3,000 subscribers. I've been at it for years. And it's like, what's the goal of this project, of this channel? Not subscribers. It's to get involved in the discussion. And it's absolutely happened. A lot of people who are involved in these topics know that I'm working on my own work. Whether they are deeply familiar with it or not, I don't know. But they know that I'm working, and that was the point. And eventually to provide a resource also for like people to reference with an overview that's better than what's on my website. I'm working on. But and to provide a community of like people who are dedicated to it. That's the live chat, usually. Real physics, like Roger Penrose and others, are working on quantum consciousness at the fundamental levels. What is an observer, etc. An observer, if you're asking what is an observer, don't use the word. That's my point. It's like, these theories there's theories of quantum consciousness that are listed in what's talked about by Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and they're shown on his. Let's go back to it. On his landscape, which is right here. Okay, so theories. Quantum consciousness. It's like consciousness is the wrong word, and sentience is the right word because its focus built into its etymology and etymological definition is feeling, and that's what we're talking about, or that is defining of what we're trying to talk about. When we say observer, it's an observer is someone, and someoneness is defined by feeling. That's why it's not. You don't want to say consciousness because consciousness has multiple meanings. When people say consciousness, it's oftentimes as kind of means like sentience is really what they mean. But you could also say conscious versus unconscious, and it doesn't necessarily mean, me versus a pen. It also means me asleep versus me awake, or it also means me under anesthesia versus not. What that doesn't could say like consciousness is like the movement of sentience, maybe, but it's you don't have to be moving to be. You could just be feeling, but it's when I say movement, I mean like metaphysically. I don't know. I don't like to use the word consciousness. I think sentience is better. And saying quantum is like when physicists say real physicists are trying to work on quantum consciousness. What does that even mean? You first have to figure out what is quantum. I can tell you what quantum means. It's a term that existed prior to its use in physics, and it just means like quantization or quantity. It means single structures, and which ends up being like the study of symmetry structures, because you're studying a bunch of different single structures and their interactions with each other, which is going to be within the context of a symmetry structure that represents and frames their degrees of freedom and constraints. And so people say quantum, and then it's assumed to mean size, even by most physicists. It's like the quantum level or the quantum scale. It's size. It's like, no, it's not. Quantum mechanics is the study is the constraints and degrees of freedom and of the interactions between singular structures that are able to like interact. That has nothing to do with size. And there's kind of a trick that happens because again of the constraints of the medium of our tools, including your biological tools like your eyes and your biological tools like your eyes, combined with your mechanical tools that you make like an electron microscope, are constrained to the level of really protons and neutrons. And your mind is, and the logic of focus itself being, and which is, just look at the definition of focus to understand what I mean by like the logic of it. To focus on something is to look at something specific. Kanye West, a lyric in one of his songs is like, he's talking about like breasts, and he's like, I think it's like, I like titties because they show me that, or prove to me that I can focus on two things at once. And it's funny, but it's actually like also this brilliant like statement. But you can't focus on two things at once. By definition, you cannot. And it's that you have to understand mind well enough to understand why are we seeing a single electron, a point. And it's not about scale. I mean, and so sentient singularity theory makes the prediction that protons and neutrons are the primary initial instantiation of multiplicity of sentience within the universe, or within greater existence itself, which is a sentient being as well. And that those are, it's also the first level of the embodiment of beings and the expression of gendered symmetry structure between them. And so basically protons are males, and just on the hadronic scale, that's what sentient singularity theory basically proposes, and neutrons are females basically. And then on the animal level, which is it's the organism level, there's males and females, but on the hadronic level, there's protons and neutrons, but it's the same thing. And so what you're going to look for is, what I did was I looked at human marriage structures, and I was like, okay, I see patterns in human marriage structures in all societies. There's not a single society in which a woman marries multiple men at the same time. It doesn't exist. And, I guarantee you people have tried, to have some type of relationship like that, and it never is stable. It's not a stable relationship. That's why it's never perpetuated. It's not a constructive relationship either, because it's never perpetuated. In every single society, marriage, human beings arrange themselves into marriage structures, which is one male and one female, most of the time. Sometimes it's one male and multiple females, but usually it's one male per female, 1-to-1. And those are the stable entanglement structures between men and women in society. Every single culture across the world that has ever created a society at all, even if they never interacted, same pattern. And that's when people say like marriage came from God. It's not just a human like invention that is not all. It's a human choice, but it's not a human invention. It's the constraints of that structure are not set by us. They come from God and us and our constraints and his constraints and his goals and our goals, but like we have to choose it as well. So, but my point is this. So I looked for this in protons and neutrons. I was like, in atoms, I was like, I bet you atoms will mirror this. And so what I did was I looked at isotopes, where different isotopes of different elements, and to see if there was if they mirrored this, and it absolutely does. The stable isotopes, I looked at only stable isotopes. Stable isotopes are usually one proton to one neutron. There's the same amount of neutrons as protons in a stable isotope usually. Some stable isotopes, though, there's more neutrons than protons. There's no stable isotopes where there's more neutrons, where there's more protons than neutrons, though. Not one. None. And helium-3 is the only one that is, I think, 3 is the weird one. It's a rare stable isotope of helium with 2 protons and 1 neutron. It's the only one in all of chemistry. And the thing is that I actually think it's not, there's something about it that is still unstable. And the evidence for this is that there's like none on Earth. And you have to take the context of assembly into account. if you're going to look at like, it's not just about stability, it's also about like stability that is able to grow and be constructed upon. Helium-3 does not fit that, which is really odd. And it's found on the moon, and much more than it is on Earth. That's why they want to like mine it on the moon, because you can't really get it. It says helium-3 occurs as a primordial nucleotide escaping from Earth's crust into the atmosphere and into outer space over millions of years. It was also thought to be a natural nucleogenic and cosmogenic nucleotide, one produced when lithium is bombarded with natural neutrons. Okay, and it says terrestrial abundance. Helium-3 is primordial substance in the Earth's mantle, thought to have been trapped during the planet's initial formation. The ratio of helium-3 to helium-4 within the Earth's crust and mantle is less than that of the solar disk, as estimated using meter. I don't know what that means. Less than in the solar disk. Okay. Terrestrial materials generally containing lower due to. Okay, so where is it? Why is the moon has a lot more helium-3 though than Earth, but the moon isn't an evolving structure anymore, really. Like, it's basically done. The protons and neutrons in it made up atoms and made up molecules, and then you have a moon and stopped. There's no like cells from there or organisms that come from there, or marriage structures, like lineage structures, or I guess organism lineage structures on the organism level, which is like marriages, and which is they're families basically. And then there's no, castes and no technology. It's just evolution stopped. And I think that we're kind of misunderstanding helium-3. But the thing is that there's only one example, and it's odd in how it in where it occurs, and how rare it is, and it's not the same as the rest of helium. Why is there little helium-3? Helium-3. Why is helium-3 so rare? Because our planet's magnetic field and atmosphere block the solar winds that carry it. Over millions of years, it's been trapped inside the Earth, allowing it to escape our gravity and bleed into space. Because natural helium-3 is practically non-existent on Earth, the tiny amounts we do possess are largely harvested as a decay byproduct from the tritium, a radioactive hydrogen isotope used in thermonuclear weapons. I have a permit to carry a weapon, a firearm, and I do. I'm very well trained with it, and I have a permit to carry it for anybody who is not familiar with like what it's like to live in Texas, and like now even. But I can't show it on live stream because YouTube's AI picks it up and it doesn't allow you to show firearms on live streams. And they use tritium in like the night sights for handguns, which is including the one that I have. It's glows in the dark for like 20 years straight, and you don't have to like charge it. It's not like something that you have to expose to the light and then it glows for 5 minutes like my watch, does that, but you have to expose it to the light and then it will glow for 30 minutes. This just glows for 20 years because there's radioactive decay happening, so it gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. It's interesting. Tritium. I don't know. It's like it comes from it's a decay byproduct from tritium. It's not. It's just different from other stable isotopes. Obviously, Like nobody's like, we need to go to the moon to uh, harvest anything else other than helium-3. Highly interested in helium-3 because it's a prime candidate for fueling aneutronic nuclear fusion, a process that could generate massive amounts of clean energy without producing dangerous radioactive waste. Why can't we make helium-3? Because the low concentrations of helium-3, any mining equipment would need to process extremely large amounts of regolith, over 150 tons of regolith to obtain 1 gram of helium-3. Something about it that's not stable in the system as a whole. And it's definitely not constructive. But yeah, I mean, there's, out of all the isotopes that exist, there's one that seems to have more neutrons than protons. That's a prediction from sentient singularity theory, an assumption from sentient singularity theory that basically seemed to test out. That doesn't mean there isn't this single weird example that I don't want to say it definitely contradicts what I'm saying, because it's the one example, and it doesn't seem to occur in like any accessible place that we can go and see it. Or get, be around it, really, like, or use it. That's a better way of putting it. So it's still odd, It's not like it's just like every other element, but it's just here. But it's just the only one who's like, that's also has more protons than neutrons. It's like, it's not really here, I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to give a greater context of like, there's something weird about it. It's the only one. But I predicted that based on looking at human marriages. I predicted these structures of of stable isotopes. That's because they follow the same quantum rules, you could say, that humans do. It's the same structures. A proton and a neutron is a male and a female, basically. One of them is an active force metaphysically, and the other is the reactive force metaphysically, meaning it's focused on others. A proton is charged. A neutron isn't absent charge. It's charge dependent, meaning it takes on the charge of whatever it is, of whoever it surrounds it, basically. You could say whatever its surroundings are, but it's about, if those surroundings are someone's, then that's really what it is. It takes on the charge of whatever is around it, but it's not chargeless. There's no such thing as chargeless in the embodied cosmos. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. But it is charge dependent, which is exactly what women are in a metaphysical way, if you understand women well enough. I first thought, okay, if protons are males, then electrons would be females. And I was like, no, proton is a composite structure that has the symmetry structures necessary for information to be ordered, which it means like it can be a mental framework for that someone can be embodied into, and so can a neutron. But because they're composite structures that have this binary triadic pattern that I said was necessary for information ordering, which really means it's the structure of mind. That's not the case in an electron. It's not a composite structure. It's an elementary particle. A proton is not. But an elementary particle it's not a particle. It's a point, is really what it is. It's a point of focus, and is what an electron is. It's a point created by our own focus, our own mind. When we look at something that's too big for us to look at, because it's not even that it's big, it's that we're in it. It's like a cell is trying to look at the human that it's inside of. You can't, but you will see movement of that human moving. And if you're going to try and look at the world that you're within and and the movement of the information within that world, you're going to get the same exact observations that we see in when we're trying to like measure a particle and measure an electron. It's like you can't know its velocity and its position at the same time because you're looking at a wave, which is really just the movement of the structure that you're within. And if you're focusing on how fast it's moving, then you're not focusing on where it is in this moment. Like you're not taking a screenshot or a snapshot. If you take a snapshot of its position, if you're focused on its position at a current moment, then you're going to look at its static state in this moment right there, and that's it. And so, yeah, you're going to see where it is, but you're not going to see how fast it's going because the constraints of focus of your own mind are framing what you're looking for, the information that you're looking for, as something that isn't moving. And I don't understand why this is so hard. I do understand why this is so hard. It's not that it's hard. It's impossible for you to make sense of if you do not have the context the fundamental context correct. If you think that an electron is a little piece of sand that is sometimes there and sometimes isn't, and or not even that, it's like a, I don't know, primordial particle that's the same as a proton or a neutron, and that's there when you're looking and not there when you're not, and it's a wave when you're not looking, and it's but really it's a wave in a field, and it's not a particle. It's not a particle or just a wave in a field. It's a point of focus that is caused by the definition and the definitional logic of focus itself, caused by your own mind looking at the movement of the structure that you're in, of the someone that you're in. And that's it. Like, and if you have that, then you're like, yeah, why would you be able to like see the position and velocity at the same time? That's like saying, where is the car at 3:28 p.m. down to the millisecond, and then also asking, how fast is it going? But the thing is like, you can't actually look at those two things at the same time, because position is static and velocity is not static. It is not restricted to a physical position. So this, in the context of sentient singularity theory, this is intuitively able to be like made sense of. So when people are like, we're looking at quantum consciousness, I'm like, do you even know what that means? Most people today don't, because the people who created our quantum mechanics and standard model are almost all dead, except Roger Penrose, ironically. And I have a lot of respect for him, but I think that even he is not quite there with some of this stuff. But he doesn't have enough context, I think, to finish some of the things that he started. But he is brilliant, and he is closer to the truth, no pun intended, than pretty much any other person who the establishment would label as a physicist today, I would say. There's a lot of people doing great work, like Emily, oh gosh, what's her name? Oh man, she did assembly theory with Lee Cronin. Emily. What's her name? No, it's not Lee Cronin. It's not Emily. I know why I'm saying that, but it's assembly theory. Assembly theory. Sarah Walker. I know a friend of mine named Emily talks to me about Sarah Walker, did an interview with Sarah Walker, so that's why I said Emily. But Sarah Walker, she is a professor at the Arizona State University. I should know the difference. I'm from Tucson, which is Arizona, University of Arizona. Phoenix is Arizona State University. She's works on assembly theory with Lee Cronin. She's probably a better physicist than is a better physicist than pretty much anybody that we call a physicist, like officially. But Penrose is good. But I just, there's no consciousness is intrinsically quantum. You don't need to say it. Like quantum means quantity, like single structures, and every conscious being is someone. It's a intrinsically single structure. I don't understand why. I think that just the term implies a misunderstanding. It implies that you think that this is about scale, and which means size. That's what I mean by scale, is size. It's not about size. The same patterns that we see in what we call quantum mechanics, which is at least the patterns that we see in protons and neutrons, occur in human marriages. At least very similar. I'm not saying they're exactly the same. They are basically the same. I guess they are the same. You're just like, what are you including and what are you not including? Would make it would determine whether or not you think it is the same or not. I'm not including helium-3. And neither is evolution, actually. Not anymore. So we have quantum chemical reactions in real biology with microtubules and a few other cellular locations. Once you get down to the size of electrons, you're subatomic and in the quantum realm. That's what I mean. You just did it. And I'm not trying to pick on you, but like, there's no, like, when you say size of electrons, if this is a field, then what are you talking about, the size of electrons? Like, I get it. Like, it's weird. It's a weird gray zone that you're in, because like your observation is going to be restricted to a specific size, but it's not coming from the size of the electron. It's coming from the constraints of focus and also the of mind that's causing you to see a single point, and then the size that you're seeing it in is due to the resolution, like basically that it's due to the constraints of what your instruments are constructed of, is what it is. So there's a level in which like movement is perceivable by hadrons of the movement of the universe itself, by hadrons, protons and neutrons, and that is what's causing you to see electrons as a certain size, because all your instruments, including your eyes, which are always part of your instruments, are built within this constraint. So like it means like our perceptions are limited to the level of perception of protons and neutrons, because it's built on it. Like our observation structures, our sensory structures, which are the ability to perceive, which is really the ability to feel that which is beyond you, exists beyond you, is limited by what those structures are constructed from. So this is, but people don't think about this stuff, but people say the size of an electron. It's not about size. Even the fact that we see an electron as a single thing, and then people will be like, but it's a field actually. Okay, so you're saying it doesn't have a size. Is the entire universe one electron? If it is, then why are you, you don't even need a term for it. Why? Then it's not an electron at that point. Like, you don't need to say it's a single electron. Like people say that, like, one electron universe theory. I don't know what the specifics of it are, but it's that there's one verse that we're within, which is a being that's moving, and we are looking at the movement of it. Like, It's like if a cell inside your body is looking at you moving from inside the body. It's not looking at other cells moving. It's not looking at molecules inside of your body moving. It's not looking um, at even protons and neutrons that make up the molecules inside your body moving. It's looking at the movement of the world itself that it's within. Like it's, if I'm moving my arm, it's looking at the movement of that from within. And there's going to be constraints built into that that cause a specific perspective that you have to have the context of. And you have to kind of be able to pick out and realize that the fact that you're seeing a single structure that's irreducible indicates that you're not seeing actually a single structure that's irreducible, because we're looking at physicality here. What you're seeing is a I guess a point of information, essentially, like that's of a structure that's greater, especially when you factor in all, the observations of it, wave particle duality. It's like this. This is I have this to show this. If I ask you, where is this, do you see the square? Imagine this thing is moving, it doesn't stop moving. And this structure is a single structure that contains within it multiplicity of single structures. And it is moving, they're all moving because it is moving as one, and it causes the perspective of a wave to happen. It's just like, our universe. And so if I ask you, do you see the square? Yes. Do you see the squares multiple inside here? Yes. Do you see the wave? Yes, there's a wave. And then also, like, finally, you see the helix in the center, which that's the fundamental information structure that is like linking everything. It's the generative, our ability to see the generative information structure, like central information structure. It's a blockchain structure. It's DNA is a chemical blockchain. Numbers are an informational blockchain, are just numbers itself. Every blockchain is just a constructive chain of information that builds on previous information and is contextualized by it. Just like that matrix that I showed you. And all numbers are this. Any number self-referential equation, like the Fibonacci sequence, is like this. Numbers themselves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they are like this. And the blockchain is that we use, people think of crypto. It's just it is the inevitable structure of all information. It's not just how we will like deal with cryptocurrencies. It's that the entire internet is going to eventually become become a single blockchain, because it's the inevitable information structure. Just to show you, if you haven't seen this, but where is this? Here it is. Okay. Where is it? I always lose it. It's just a number series of spin sequence. Okay, right here. This is just like showing self-referential information structures, meaning like every bit is built on the last. This is a blockchain. The Fibonacci sequence is a blockchain. This is another one. It's built on previous structure. Like basically it's an equation that's just calculating based on previous information. And this this right here is one as well. It's being built on other blockchain other number sequences, I guess you could say. And this is a number sequence built on other number sequences. Look what happens when I move this. Do you see the braids, the like helix structure built into the numbers itself? It's funny because when I say like, oh, this matrix calculates 3 by 3 and it's a 3 by 3 matrix. I call it a super gosh, what, not a super literal, it's not something that's super literal. It's something that's I mean, it is super literal. That is a representation. Super literal means like true on multiple levels, but it's a I call it an extra arithmetic symmetry. That's what it is. And so it's a symmetry that's present in the calculation, the arithmetic, and it's also present in the symbolism that we're using, and it's not intentional. It's just inevitable. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that, and then it starts repeating. 11 is just 2 1s, and 12 is 1 and then a 2, etc. And we don't think that this is like about this as forming an inevitable information helix, but it has to, because it's still built on all of it's built on the previous. All the patterns that it's following is the same, and it's all built on the previous value starting from 1. And you get this self-referential information structure that is constructive. And when an information structure is constructive, meaning it's going to continue, it's also self-referential. What's going to happen is it's going to spin on itself while it's moving forward. And so when you have a self-referential information structure that's static, it's just a ring of information just going like this. But when you have information structure that's constructive and it's going like this, as it's going like this, you get this spiral structure. And when you have multiple spiral structures that are interacting and being engaging in this constructive self-reference with each other, you get a double helix. So like the double helix is not just the structure of DNA. It's the structure of constructive information that is present in on the molecular level. That's what DNA is. But that structure, the double helix, occurs in, I don't want to say it is everywhere, but it's like, if you know where to look, you'll see it. If you look in numbers, in self-referential information structures, basically number sequences that are calculating based on previous values, you will see it. And this is all this is doing. These are all based on these. And these are based on other values over here that are also number sequences that are self-referential, like the Lucas numbers, this Fibonacci sequence, and order, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. All of these are self-referential information structures or sequences. And they all have this double helix pattern in them. It's just whether or not you can see it. Here you can kind of see it, but it's harder because there's no zeros over here, so it's just the perspective that you're taking. It's kind of like you're only getting half the picture. It's like some of it's out of frame, but you can kind of still see it. Same thing with this. But over here, it's like it's in frame, it's in center. And it's only like that because Excel has like a limit to the number of decimal places, but it also creates this great picture for us that frames like a straight in this front in the center of the a view of the frame, this double helix built into the numbers. It's beautiful, but everything will be that. Not all information that's generative will be that, and is that actually. It's just a matter of like our technology will catch up to it. It's fascinating. But So sentient singularity theory's context allows you to be like, oh, I understand the double helix. That was an inevitable structure. Like, I don't know what caused Watson and Crick to like pursue that, and I honestly would be fascinated to know more about that journey. But um, yeah, like that is a they just found the structure of information, generative information, but in the context um, of in the chemical context, which is we call it DNA. But um, uh, in the currency context, we call it, Bitcoin or the blockchain. But it's all blockchain. It's just a chemical blockchain versus a logical blockchain versus an informational blockchain, which is numbers. So again, this stuff, it's amazing. And it's also like amazingly simple but it's about having the right perspective. I bet you if you're watching this, you probably have a higher IQ than me. And but that's not what this is about. I think somebody with an 80 IQ could get a basic understanding of sentient singularity theory and use it to slowly, deduce the fundamental nature of the universe and why the double helix is the way that it is a double helix, and why we see an electron as a particle and sometimes as a wave, and we can't measure its velocity or its position at the same time. Like, that doesn't require a high IQ. It helps you do it quickly maybe, but like you have to have the right perspective or you're not going to do it. Even if you have a 200 IQ, you won't. So when I say like this is not, it's actually simple stuff, I mean it. I mean, like, we're talking about the creation of multiplicity. Like, people are like, the math at the very beginning of the universe, you think that you could figure out that math? That takes like being the best mathematician, and that's like going to be the most complex math. That is a nonsense, an incoherent assumption. We're talking about like being so fundamental that we're talking about the creation of multiplicity itself. That is going to be the most simple math. The mathematical constraints of the creation of multiplicity of sentience of sentience within sentience, which is how you create multiplicity of sentience, initially, is going to be the most simple math, not the most complicated. It's just about like understanding what you're looking for, and you need the context to do that. You're looking for, how do we have a division that allows for what has been partitioned to be smaller than what is left over after the division. So basically, like, you're splitting something in two parts, and you need one of those parts to end up being smaller than the other, so that it can fit inside of it. Basically, that's what you're doing, and you're starting from 1. So if you test 1 divided by 1, okay, that doesn't work. 1 divided by 2, that doesn't work. 1 divided by 3, oh, it works. And like, maybe that's really like an essential equation to the kickstarting of creation. Seems to be, according to my work. But you need to like know what to look for. You're like, I'm looking for an action, an equation that describes an action that is a single thing that is dividing itself in two, where one of them is where the part that they're dividing off is fitting inside of the thing of the original. And that is context. It's not the same as like just an equation. An equation is just it's just a descriptive, it's a language that describes actions. That's what math, like algebra, is. And yeah, you really see that when you are looking at things from a fundamental perspective. But the problem is our entire mathematics is built on a non-fundamental perspective. It's built on a practical perspective. That's why zero exists. There is no fundamental zero. There is no absence of existence or empty set of nothingness. There's one single existence by definition that always exists, and non-existence never existed and never will exist by definition. So you're starting with one. Our entire number line is kind of built on the assumption that there's infinite positive numbers, infinite negative numbers, and zero. And like, no matter how you use zero as kind of the center point in this, you know, something that's less than one, or as a representation of nothingness, it doesn't work. The only way that zero makes sense is as an infinite loop of it, to basically represent infinity on a fundamental level, which it kind of symbolically does. And it's also the intersection point between infinite information infinitely going that way and information infinitely going that way. It's like the connective point in our number line. It implies like it's not a coincidence that we use like that as the symbol, but it doesn't have, it's so inevitable that it's not even like something that has to be consciously chosen by us. It was just something that was going to happen because information has to inform. So like it has to make sense. Some things are just inevitable. Like people who are like, oh, you're saying that 33 is 3 by 3 and it coming from a 3 by 3 grid. If you believe in mathematics at all, then you believe in causality, which means like there are patterns that persist across fields. Like you believe that like what happens in physics impacts chemistry. What happens in chemistry impacts biology. What happens in biology impacts sociology. And all of it's impacted by the constraints of mind and logic and information and language. So yeah, there are extra arithmetic symmetries that are relevant to understanding. They are. I used to do dot math, like where you're like counting when I was in elementary school, where 9 has 9 dots arranged in a symmetry structure, 4 has 4 dots arranged in a symmetry structure, and it made it so you didn't have to count on your fingers. And some teacher taught it to me when I was a little kid, and it was like game changing because I didn't have to go like this, where I'm limited to 10. I was teaching my daughter to count today on her fingers, and she's like, "What's these, Dada?" And I was like, "That's 1." And I was like, 1. She's like, 1. She doesn't have the dexterity yet to do it. She's 2.5. And then she's like, what's this, Dada? I'm like, 2, 3. What's this one? 3. And at first I was like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Some people do 1, 2, 3. Some people do 1, 2, 3. Some people do 1, 2, 3. And I started like this, and then she got confused on why then you're going back to this and then you're going to 5. So you're starting here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're going over here. So I changed it and I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then now she displays this as 1. So she's like, this 1. She holds up her thumb. It's funny. It's amazing to watch people like to really be involved with like people learning things like that. Like, and you only get that when you have kids. But it's odd that we do this instead of this, but like for 1. But if you're going to continue and don't have the dexterity yet to do this, then you have to do this. And so that means 1. This is 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. But like these symmetry structures are not that we see even in the symbols for 4 and for 1 and for 2 and for, they are not coincidental. They were inevitable. Gosh, again, what time is it? It's 1:30. Okay, let's keep going. Again, here, yeah. I'll go back to the chat, but here.
that is building this map and building the theories and organizing it is the first big foundational idea I had. The second one, and I really stress this, is that all theories that have to do with sentience in any way whatsoever, the nature of free will, is there life after death, is virtual immortality possible in a real sense, AI consciousness now, personal identity, alien intelligence, all these kinds of questions are directly related to your theory of consciousness. And very few people, if any, address that. Everybody has their own theory about free will or personal identity or AI consciousness now, but nobody talks about what theory is that based on. Because based on any one of these theories, that is a major determinant of what the reality of that subject is. And I've tried to plot that because nothing's absolute, but between certainty and impossibility, I have 6 different categories in a paper I did in which.
Exactly. That's what I talk about on this channel all the time. And it's so obvious, but if you have the right perspective, but it's impossible to see if you don't have the right perspective. And he's right. And I love that he said sentience, because when I say sentient singularity theory is relevant to basically everything, that doesn't mean everything is included in the formal proposal that I put forward, but it's that the context that I am presenting as being sentient singularity theory is applicable to everything, because everything's contained in it and caused by it and constrained within it. When I did a stream on why I don't think that there's aliens, and why, if there are like UFOs and grays and whatever, that they're probably not from another planet. And it's called UFOs versus Wasps. It's good. I share a video that I took in LA that other people also took and posted to YouTube of like UFO, and we dissect the footage, and it's actually fascinating, even though it's not fascinating unless you watch the dissection. It's so weird. There's a thing in the sky that doesn't move fast. It looks like it's not moving at all, but then if you look at different points in the video, it's radically moved miles and miles and miles. But if you're staring at it continuously, it doesn't. It appears to be static in the sky. It's not like a helicopter that's moving across the sky, or a plane. And a plane flies underneath it. And I mean, I know I love planes, and from Arizona in Tucson, where there's the biggest repository of Air Force jets in the world. And I lived in LA for 10 years. I've seen just about everything flying over LA. Nothing like this. And you see no movement of it. But then if you look at this timestamp of the video versus this timestamp of the video, it's moved miles, which is very weird. It's kind of like you can't measure the position of something and its velocity at the same time. If it's following some type of if there's, if it's not moving the way that we think of movement in a physical sense, that's what it is. It's a different kind of movement. And it's weird that it's like shown in this video. But I talk about like reasons why I think that these beings wouldn't be from another planet. And there's just lots of, I'm not saying I'm right, I don't know, but like I don't think that I used to think it was inevitable that there were like other like planets out there with basically people, but like technological civilizations. And I don't think that's true anymore. For a variety of reasons that I go through in the video, that are built on kind of the foundations of sentient singularity theory, even though where aliens are from or grays or whatever is not part of sentient singularity theory. And free will, like the definition of free will isn't really, it is part of sentient singularity theory, real kind of, but like it's just freedom of will is just your ability to choose your own goals. It's what differentiates me from you. If you can't choose your own goals, then you don't have your own goals, which means you don't have you anymore. It's like selling your souls when you submit you give up your own autonomy. You're just like, I'm going to do whatever anybody tells me. I guess that's a use of your will, but there is no will and then free will. There's freedom of will is the ability to choose your own goals. That's it. And so when people ask, do we have freedom of free will? It's like, first, the linguistic framing of it is a little odd, and it confuses people. That's why I say freedom of will instead of free will, because it's the freedom to point your will where you want, not to achieve whatever you want or get whatever you want, but to point your goals where you want. And maybe you get them, maybe you don't. And it's independent of somebody else's will. That's what it means. It's like my freedom of will means it's independent of your will. Like your will doesn't constrain my will. That doesn't mean that your will won't trump my goals. But my freedom to choose my goals is my freedom of will. And if you frame it like that, it's like there's no question that we have freedom of will. If I asked you, do you have the ability to choose your own goals? Yes, absolutely. You don't have you don't have actually that much choice over what you like, what you don't. You actually have like no choice in it, but you do have choice in your goals. You know, that's freedom of will, and nobody I know would deny that. But it's like we're asking these questions without having the right definition, but you almost can't have the right definition without the right context. And the context is, so it's like you need it all at once, which is why I say you need to start from scratch. Like you can't be like using, try and make a theory of everything by just combining, by building on the standard model or general relativity. You have to start from what is the first question. You have to ask that. And a really weird thing happens if you do that nobody realizes because nobody asks. It answers itself with itself. So if you ask, what is the first question? Actually, you have to assume that there is one. Like we're talking about fundamental reality. So like I want to understand fundamental reality. What is the first question to ask about fundamental reality? So the answer is, what is the first question? You asked it. You answered your own question when you asked your question, which is a perfect self-referential loop of information. It is information that is informing itself, that is informing you of the answer in the question completely. It's leaving nothing left. You don't need to add any other information either in order to get the answer. It's just a singular structure that's completely self-referential. It's amazing. And I don't know of any other questions that are like that. Maybe there are, but you'd have to there aren't, because none of them are what is the first question. So even if you could find a question that answers itself, that's another one. It wouldn't be, what is the first question? And only the first question can be the first question. So it's fascinating. What is the first question? The answer, you just answered it in your question. That's amazing. You people who study information, people will be like, I study information theory. Okay, what is the first question? Have you answered that yet? Have you figured out that it serves itself? Because that's the beginning of information. So then I asked myself, okay, what is the second question? Because now I have a foundation to build on and say, what is the second question? And it's like, the answer is, what is the truest thing I know? And it also answers itself with itself, because it's just a little different, because the answer is I am for everyone. And there's nothing truer that anyone knows. And this is the foundation that you have to build all your understanding on. And so if you're going to construct a fundamental theory, you need to start with the most fundamental questions And that means the first question and then the second question. And the second question is, what is the truest thing that I know? And the answer is, I am. But again, you answered it in the question and you don't realize it because you said, what is the truest thing that I know? I know I. Like, that's the question. That's the answer. You said I can know, which is like, it implies that you know that you exist. And that's the answer to the question. And it's implied by your question. It's amazing. And you start realizing that when I build this like model, this 3x3 that constructs this 3x3 matrix, I didn't build it as a 3x3 matrix. I started with one cell and then built it. That's the same thing that's happening, is like you're starting with one bit of information that's in action also, which is really like you're asking a question, you're getting information back. What is the first question? And it answers with itself. And what's really interesting is this model that I made. You look at like this quantum of concrescence model. I keep changing the name of it. I'm trying to figure out like the best name that's the most descriptive. But when you're starting with this is all you've got. And now you're going to ask the question. What is the first question? The answer is right here. Okay. And the answer is exactly the same as this. So you say, what is the first question? This is the first action. The first introduction of information is right here. And it's in the form of a question. And then the answer of it comes from this. And it's actually the same as the output information is the same exact thing as the input information. So you put in a 1 and you get a 1. You say, what is the first question? The answer is, what is the first question? Okay, what is the truest thing that I know? You've kind of created this duplicity of information here. There's something true that I can know. So there's me, I'm assumed to exist, and that's a bit of information. And there's also this other thing that I'm assuming. And so you're assuming that two things exist in the question itself. And you get I am here, which is really interesting because it's also 3, which is here, which is also this. That's not a coincidence either. And then I am is like really it's right. That's what this is. So what is the truest thing that I know? I am. And then you get this like, it's complete. You get this completeness. Which is basically, you're seeing this. It's these simultaneously generated kind of binary symmetric structures that are also constructive a little bit and weighted weirdly. Because it's not just that this one is like, it's the transformations are different. So this is separate and oneness, but it's separate oneness, but it's separate from oneness is the kind of like shows the relationship between the two. Inside is separate and oneness. It's like it's inclusive. You're forming an equation here. Like there's parentheses here and there's not here. Parentheses be around separate and oneness, not around separate and oneness here. It's like this is an equal sign. Separate from oneness, meaning like when I say from, I don't mean it's kind of like, it is kind of like an equal sign. Like, you do an equation, 2 + 2 = 4. It's like 4 from 2 + 2. This is all language is an equation. It's just different language. Mathematics is just a different language. And yeah, people who idol worship mathematics don't understand it. And it's not like people think it's like the more fundamental field of study. It's more fundamental than physics, and physics is more fundamental than chemistry, and chemistry is more fundamental than biology, etc. No, 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 no. Mathematics is a language. It's like studying English or Spanish or Hebrew or Arabic. It's not like studying physics. It's just like studying English. It's like learning to write in English, a sentence that follows specific rules that make sense. The order of operations is grammar. It's just grammar. And I mean, sentient singularity theory has structures that even show exactly that. If you look at this, I call this a symmetric set. This is that binary triadic pattern. It's 3 sets of 2 or 2 sets of 3 when you're looking at two, kind of a space of information that is between two beings. You see like this 6-dimensional structure, like time and space. People say, oh no, it's 4-dimensional, only from one perspective. If you say it's length with height, that's 3. And then you say past, present, future, that's 3. And this is how Penrose looks at time too. He says it's in Penrose's theories. He said time and space-time is 6-dimensional. It's just he's just changing the perspectives on what of how he's looking at it. He's not looking at it. He's looking at it holistically, kind of like from an outside view, and versus like from a subjective perspective, which is when you'll see 4-dimensional space-time. But if you're looking at it all at once, kind of like you're looking at two beings interacting and the space between those two beings, you're not looking at it from the perspective of being one of those beings. You see 6-dimensional. Past, present, future, length with height. You're seeing everyone's degrees of freedom. But if you look here and you look at parentheses, exponentiation, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction, this is the order of operations in mathematics. Multiplication and division are the same action fundamentally. Meaning like if you start from a singularity, these are the same actions, just from two different perspectives. They're not separate actions, but our current mathematics assumes them to be separate actions because it's not fundamental. The context that we learn about it is not fundamental. But if you look at a cell that's a single structure and you say that cell is going to multiply, well, how does a cell multiply? By dividing. It divides itself to multiply. So it's one action and two different perspectives. What is it doing? And like to itself, and what is it doing like beyond itself is like multiplication. Addition and subtraction are the same way. Imagine you have a cake, a single cake, and you for me to give you some cake from my cake, and there's only one cake, I have to subtract cake from my plate to add cake to yours. If we're starting from a single cake, we have to subtract cake from that cake to add cake to another plate. Basically, it's two separate actions, two separate perspectives of a single action. Same thing with this parentheses and exponentiation is the same thing. Exponentiation is like noticing a single repeating chain that is connected of actions, and parentheses is looking at that chain and lumping it all together and labeling it as a single thing. So we're saying exponentiation is like looking at the links in the chain, and parentheses is just looking at it as a chain, as a single thing, not a bunch of links that are continuous. It's a single structure that is, you're looking at all at once. And exponentiation is also self-referential. It's in a way, it's 2 squared is 2 times itself. 3 squared is 3 times itself. 3 cubed is 3 times times itself, you know? So it's, again, you're starting with a single bit of information, and it's self-referential. That's what exponentiation is. It's a chain of self-reference. Parentheses is just recognizing that chain, or viewing that chain as a single structure instead of a bunch of links. It's two perspectives of one action, because the action is the growth of information in this chain. So all of this is just, it's caused by two overlapping four-dimensional structures where three of each being's perspectives are overlapping, basically. So you get 3 by 3 perspectives of the being that you're within, overlapping 3 perspectives of you, and then one of them would be intrinsically experienced by you, which is like time. So there's no interaction of time with us. It's our experience of time versus which is internal. I call it an intrinsic constraint. But then if we look at, like, let's go down to, I don't know, language. It's the same pattern. Noun, pronoun, adjective, verb, adverb, interjection, and proposition conjunction. So the same exact things are happening here. If you go to primary and secondary colors, it's the same. At color mixing, you have red, blue, and green. That's like a screen. You have magenta, cyan, and yellow, which is a printer. And if you go to your senses, you have 6 senses as well. The 6th sense is emotion. It's not like the ability to see dead people. And it's the ability to feel your own self. So sight and emotion, taste and smell, touch and hearing. But like, what's interesting is touch and hearing, smell, and sight are the perception of information that is interpreted as not impacting you. You see something and it might emotionally impact you, but it's not going to physically, you're not viewing it as physically impacting you. People who are like, oh, it's photons though, it's like actually physically impacting you. No. What you're seeing, the view that you're seeing of the picture, is not physically impacting you. It's not the same as just photons. We're talking about information, which is like interpreted by the mind, not just raw data. And taste and emotion and touch are the perception of that we have when things are impacting us, like we can't, like physically and beyond. So if you smell something, it's over there. But if you taste something, it's touching your tongue. If you hear something, it's over there. But if you touch something, it's right here, bumping into you. If you see something, it's over there. But if you feel something, it's inside you. And this structure is this binary triadic structure is everywhere we look, because it's coming from us and the greater metaphysical mental structure that we're also within. It's coming from the structure of our own mind, being this 4-dimensional structure, basically overlapping with this within. And then you get all this. And it's like, it's a lot of stuff that seems to arise from just some pretty basic models in sentient singularity theory. Is like, we can understand why there's 6 senses, and that there are 6 senses. Right now, people say it's 5, but it's actually 6. But the reason why people say it's 5 is because they are misdefining sense, and to mean something, to be restricted to some artificial context. But sense is feeling, and sentient singularity theory is very much focused on like understanding first primarily feeling. And so if you understand that feeling is, you feel a sensation, you feel something when you see. That's why if something's too bright, it hurts. And you taste something, and You feel it. You touch something, it's feeling, obviously. You smell something, you feel it. If you're focused on no, if smelling is actually the same as tasting, but it's just microscopic particles, you're not focusing on the right thing. I'm talking about how your mind is processing information. I'm not talking about like, you know, the physical technicalities of like, you know, smell. Not yet, at least. You have to understand this first. And it's all in the context of goals, which means it's relevant to freedom of will and will itself and the definition of will. Because, like I said before, these, whether or not which one of these you prioritize is dependent upon your goal, which you can choose your goal, but you can't choose which one becomes the priority after that. Once you choose your goal, the priority becomes set. It's determined by your goal. So you have choice, you have determinism that are codependent and structures, not or concepts, not mutually exclusive. And but if you choose your goal is to eat, and something smells awful but tastes great, like durian, you probably would still eat it. But if your goal is to you know, wash your body or make your apartment smell nice, you know, if your soap smells like, you know, strawberries, but you bite it and it tastes disgusting, you're not going to eat the soap, even though it smells delicious. Same thing with the candle that smells like, you know, cinnamon. You're not going to eat the candle because it smells like cinnamon. You're going to stop because it doesn't taste good. So you're prioritizing a certain sense based on your goal. You don't have a choice. Nobody teaches you that. It's intrinsic, and you know. Nobody needs to teach anyone not to eat things that taste awful. I remember taking a bite of soap when I was a little kid, and that smelled like cherries, and I never did it again. And I was so confused. I was like, why would they make this smell so delicious and then it tastes so awful? And how could it even taste so awful and still smell delicious when like cherries smell the way that they taste, but this does not? I was very confused, and I asked a lot of probably decent questions about it to myself. But yeah, I mean, Penrose, in his theories, he says space-time is six-dimensional in his theories. And he said it in his conversation with Eric Weinstein. Why is it six-dimensional? That's what sentient singularity theory provides context for. Because it's two overlapping four-dimensional minds. And there are constraints and degrees of freedom that are defined by each other, meaning like they are interacting with each other. There's three for each. So it's 3 + 3 is 6. And I have a model of it. It's this. This is someone, and this is someone within this someone, and this is the constraints and degrees of freedom overlapping, which means like they're tied. What I do here, you know, is tied to this. They're co-defining. Is really what it comes down to. But not this and not this. This is my own personal experience, and it's not defined by actually this. And you know this because when we feel time pass, it's not about how many times the sun goes around, or the moon goes around the earth, or the earth goes around the sun. That's how we define time in terms of us coordinating where we're going to meet and when, you know, how we coordinate our moments with each other. You know, at 3 o'clock, we're going to get food. But the thing is that this year has flown by compared to when I was a little kid. A year felt like forever. Why? Because our feeling of what a time period is only able to be contextualized within the context of all the time that we have experienced. And so 1 year is 1/35 of my experience now, but it was 1/8 of my experience when I was 8. So it seems like a much bigger part of my life because it was. Why would years feel the same every year? Days feel the same every day, but years seem to go by faster and faster and faster because you're referencing each year not compared to the previous year, but compared to all of your previous years, because there's no actual like fundamental differentiator to you. It's just a date. But our days are fundamentally differentiated because we go to sleep and wake up. And if you don't do that, then yeah, you lose track of time. But if you do go to sleep and then wake up, then that's how you contextualize one day from another. And that's why the days feel the same, but the years feel faster. Because time is in our feeling of time, which is the most fundamental experience of time, is entirely based on our own internal experience. Not what actually is like going on with other people. So, I think this is amazing stuff. I hope it's amazing. Like, I'm gonna look at the chat, but like I need to go because it's really, really late. But it's been a very like just chaotic time in my life. It's not bad, it's just like my wife is very pregnant. My daughter is 2.5, and which means she's like an emotional minefield. And just I have a job outside this too, and so and other hobbies and goals and life. And I appreciate everybody who joins, even though these start so late and they go so late. Normally they're later. They've been going longer than they have very consistently lately. I've always done sometimes long ones, but like it's been like very consistently long ones for the last like 3 or 4. And it's nice to like just think sometimes. It's like my escape. But it is also an action, so it's like mentally exhausting. I get off this and I'm just exhausted. And because it is an action, it takes, like, I'm thinking on here. I appreciate everybody. Dogs can somehow sense when folks are going to have seizures and neurological disorders too. Dogs just pick up on their senses. Some of their senses are just more focused, and what they're focusing on is sometimes different than us. Like they're focusing on the way you're walking, the way you're speaking, how you're standing, to interpret how you are, much more so than us. We're like focused on, you good? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. We're not focused on like his face is like a little different looking. And what's really interesting about this, and how this is so true, and it always amazes me, is when I come home and I unlock the front door and walk in, my dogs do not freak out. They know that it's me. But if somebody else comes over and is going to unlock the front door, like if I have a friend staying with me or a family member staying with me who doesn't live with me, they come home, they unlock the door. As they're unlocking the door, my dogs freak out because they know it sounds different. They can hear it. So they're just way more focused on like non-verbal cues and body language. Like that's you pick up on it if you're gonna like have a stroke. You're gonna look a little different before. We taught dogs to sniff out skin cancers in my derm practice before I got there. Tumors release sulfur metabolites that smell like rotten eggs to dogs, and they can find them with ease. That's fascinating. I knew that they taught dogs to sniff cancer, but I didn't know it was because sulfur metabolites are released by tumors. Why? It's just cellular growth, right? It's the same. There's something different that's like destructive happening, even when cells are dividing in that instance, that's causing the release of like the same foul smells that are released in instances of other waste. That's fascinating. It's like their cells are not there's like the cells are, there's like rot, I don't know, molecular rotting is happening somehow, something like that. Smell is our oldest sense. Um, Smell is it's one of the senses that is the thing about smell, and this is it. So I have this video of my daughter a few days after she was born. We walked into a Nordstrom and we're pushing her in the stroller, and her eyes go like this as soon as we walk in, because we walked in right next to the perfume beauty area, and it was so much like overwhelming input, sensory input that she had never experienced before, that she literally was like this. And I took a video of it and I was like, why are you so overwhelmed? Because like, you know, and I knew why, because we walked in, she smelled this like really overwhelming perfume smell and has no idea what it is. And it's so funny. You can see her face is just like, what the heck is going on? She's like 4 days old at the time, something like that, and maybe a week. And smell though is you remember it, you label it. Memory is the ability to recall. Memory comes from like the ability to access context. So like when you're a little baby, you don't have the context of that's a door and that's a wall and that's a light and that's the sun and that's a tree. You're just looking at world, and you don't have labels for these individual things, so you can't separate them. And so you're not going to remember the tree that you saw when you were a week old because you didn't know it was a tree, so you didn't even pick it out, and it's like you didn't even see it. You have no context that it's something you need, you know, repetitive. You have no context that it's of what its purpose is. You have no context that would allow you to even realize it as and differentiate it as a structure, or define it as even a specific thing. And so you'll never remember the tree because you didn't know what it was, and so you didn't look at it. You're just looking at brightness or something, you know. And then, but the thing about smell is doesn't require differentiation. It's like you really can only smell one thing at a time, and you can really only see one thing at a time too. But that's why you can't remember the lots of things about an instance unless you were like specifically looking at those things, which really makes it different instances. But smell it doesn't require context as much as like perceiving structure, because nobody but if I said to her, do you remember that time that you smelled all that perfume when you were a baby? She would not remember. But if I took her to a Nordstrom and she smelled it again, I bet you she would remember the feeling that she had when she smelled it. She wouldn't remember what she was looking at because she didn't even have the context of who I was in that yet. But she would remember, the feeling would come back. And I know that's true because as a parent, you start to smell like baby powder or something like that, and all of a sudden it triggers a feeling out of nowhere. You don't remember the time that your mom changed her diaper, but you remember this feeling that comes back that was probably present when you smelled baby powder, because when your mom was changing your diaper. So the feeling comes back, and that's the only memory that you have from the time. But it's not that you don't remember. You are remembering. It's just that the information that you logged into your memory and were able to contextualize, and which is context is information. So again, you don't have the context for it. You can't, it's not information to you. If you don't have context of that's a tree, it's not information to you. Like I remember my daughter, she would look at my buttons on my shirt and she'd be like, "What's this, Dada?" I'd be like, "That's a button." And then she'd look at the next button. She'd go, "What's this, Dada?" And I'd be like, "That's a button." She's like, "That's a button." I'm like, "What's?" Then she'd go, "What's this, Dada?" I'd be like, "That's another button." It's like, "That's another button." And then she realized, she gained the context of like, these aren't different things. They're different buttons, but they're all buttons. And now she just looks at like a shirt. She loves buttons, and she's like, "Buttons." And even if she's never seen the shirt before, but you have to build that context. If nobody told you what a button was, you're not even thinking about that thing is the same as that thing is the same as that thing. And before that, you're not even thinking about that thing is different from that thing. It's like, this is a shirt. And before that, you don't even know what a shirt is. So you're not going to remember that shirt you were wearing. You didn't know what a shirt was when you were wearing it as a baby. So you don't remember the shirt because you didn't log shirt. But but feeling is something you can't help but do. So our earliest memories that come back to us in instances usually where we smell something that we smelled in a novel circumstance for us when we were very young, and what it triggers almost always, but not, and sometimes only, especially in your earliest memories, is just the recall of a feeling, and that's it. It's not like a picture. My earliest memory, one of them, is like having actually my diaper changed at like a daycare, and looking up and seeing a bird cage with a parakeet in it up in the corner, and of the like hanging from the corner of the ceiling. And I was just like looking at this thing as I was like having my diaper changed. And I had my diaper changed many times prior to that. I had seen birds prior to that, but I didn't that was probably the first time that at that point where I knew what a bird was. I'd like figured it out, and then I saw that and I was like, that's a bird. And now I can remember it. And I know what diaper changes are, at that point too. So I can remember it before what the purpose of it is and what it's called and what a bird is, and that it's even this thing that, is its own thing. And you've got a label for it. You can't even log it into your memory. There's no context formulated, so there's no information. People who are like, oh, if I could only like take a drug that would make me remember like what, every moment from when I was like 6 months old or 2 months old or 3 days old. No, you can't. Part of the reason why your memory is limited to like around 3 is because it's limited to the point in which your language skills progress to the point where you can start labeling things, and that allows you to save distinctive pictures in your mind. So prior to that, there are no memories of cars. You don't have them. There's no ability to even access them because they don't exist. Even though you saw cars, you didn't know they were cars. So they can't be recalled. Because it's like you never labeled the file, and it's just in your computer, but there's no way to retrieve it. You never labeled it. You didn't know what it was at the time. And the only way to retrieve it is by searching for the label, which it doesn't have. So you can't access it. Again, all this comes from sentient singularity theory's perspective, and it just requires the right perspective, and which is the right context. It's just like, given this context, what would memory, like, why can't we remember things? It's like, okay, well, what is memory, like, really? And it's a storage of information. What is, in what way? By categorization. Okay, that means like labels are required. The first step is differentiation, then it's hierarchization, which one of these two things do I want, and then it's categorization. And so each one of these ways of organizing information is also built on the previous. You cannot have categories without differentiation. You cannot have, and there's no reason to have categories without hierarchization given a goal. So its categories are built on the combination of hierarchy, which is in the context of will, which is goal, and combined with the ability to perceive differentiation. And like, you need complex labels for that, which arise in that context, but they don't actually arise previously. It's just yes or no prior to that. It's like babies. It's really yes or not, and that it's a yes or no. But yeah. just like your goal in the context of your goals, it's yes or and that's it. But then in the context of like communication, it's yes or no. If that makes any sense. I'm just thinking about it in terms of like the internal experience of differentiating and things, and then the versus like the communication to others of like that. When you're communicating to others, you have to now you say yes or no, but it's like others that requires there to be a no sometimes, because if you're not in charge of the question, then you need a negative, like a no. But if you're basically, if that makes any sense, but like if you could communicate what you wanted and you never were asked, but you just told, someone, I want this right now, I want this right now, I want this right now, I want this right now. It's just constant yeses towards like, but of what you want. But there's no no's, because why would you be like, I don't want this? It's interesting. My daughter says no to everything right now, and I'll be like, do you want to go outside? She'll be like, no. And then she'll be like, I want to go outside. And I'll be like, Juliana, do you like, do you see the pretty sunset? She's like, no, it's not pretty sunset. And or I'll be like, yeah, this is my food. She'd be like, it's not your food, it's not your turn. And I'm like, what is this? What does this mean? And I think it just means like whatever I am proposing is not what she wants. And she doesn't have the ability yet to like articulate what she does want always. She just is getting there. It's amazing. Like where your kid one day just be like, she said to him today, she did this. She was like, I want to watch Bluey, which is a great show. It's probably the best kid show ever made. And it's actually good. It's not like just stimulating nonsense. And it's brilliant, actually. It really is. I'm like amazed by Bluey. And normally we're like, do you want to watch Bluey? And it was just yes or no. And then we were like, do you want to watch Little Bear or Bluey? And then she'll just kind of would look at us for a while and be like, you want to watch Little Bear? And she'd be like, no. And be like, you want to watch Bluey? Yes. She wouldn't be like, if I said, do you want to watch Little Bear or Bluey? She wouldn't be like, I want to watch Bluey. And then eventually she started doing that. And then now, unprompted, she walked in the room and she looks at my wife and I. She's like, I want to watch Bluey. And it was the first time she'd ever done that. Unprompted, communicated assertively exactly what she wanted. She's never, prior to this, was not like, oh, I want mac and cheese. I had to be like, do you want mac and cheese? And she'd be like, yes or no. Usually yes. She loves mac and cheese. Here, look at this. This is funny. And then I'm gonna end it. It's just too late to continue, but I might end up like doing a part 2. Insta. This is cute. Where is it? Right here. Oh no. I can't show you videos of Juliana saying mac and cheese. Here, let's see. Icons. Oh man. I don't have it right now. Wait, Jules. Okay, let's see this, and then I'll. This was, oh, by the way, this was the moment we walked into Nordstrom. This is the moment she saw had a like she experienced like an overwhelming odor that was unique and novel. Look at this. Just like less than a week old.
Oh my god, why is so surprised?
She can't see anything that's going on. She just smells Nordstrom's overwhelming perfume bar. But here it's mac and cheese. Oh man. Wish I could just show it to you, but I don't think I can right now. But it's a video. It's on my Instagram. You can go look at it. And I'm like, Juliana, what do you want for breakfast? She's like, mac and cheese. I'm like, what do you want for lunch? She's like, mac and cheese. I was like, what do you want for dinner? She's like, mac and cheese. I was like, okay, this baby knows what she wants. She's like, yeah, mac and cheese. She was obsessed with mac and cheese at the time. But yeah. This has gone on for a long time. I hope this was valuable. I want to do like a part 2. Pit vipers can see in infrared. I study pit vipers, so I know that they can perceive infrared. I study rattlesnakes in the wild, and I have friends that are like some of the best experts on like tree vipers and montane rattlesnakes in the world. And yeah, I have a lot of experience with snakes and of all kinds. Like snakes are my obsession. They are like my passion. All reptiles and really animals in general, but specifically herpetology reptiles and snakes were always my obsession as a kid and today. I take my daughter looking for snakes. We go on nature walks and we do find them sometimes. I haven't found any venomous snakes here though since I moved here, but when I lived in Arizona, I found them all the time. But yeah, they can see, they can sense heat. We say see heat, but like, or perceive infrared. But it's also interesting is when you go to take a picture of a viper, like a pit viper, when we would photograph rattlesnakes in the wild, they freak out before you take the picture every time you point the camera at them because the camera shoots out infrared beams to focus, to help it focus. Your phone does this too. And whenever I find certain animals in the wild and I use my phone to take pictures of them, sometimes they freak out because they can perceive the infrared that's shot. And my daughter we have a baby monitor camera in her room, and so we can see her, and it's infrared, so you can see it at night when the lights are off. And if I see videos of myself or my wife going in there with our phones, your Face ID phone camera is shooting infrared light out. It looks like there's constantly taking pictures. Every time you pick it up, it's going flash, 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 and you don't see it. But on the infrared camera that I use as the baby monitor that we use, you can see it. So your Face ID camera, obviously, it's constantly taking pictures, basically. Otherwise, it wouldn't unlock your phone every time you looked at it. But it's actively shooting infrared light out every time. And if you look at it under with an infrared camera, you can see it. It's fascinating. So there are senses that we can't perceive. Like, you say birds can see UV. It's like, yes, birds and butterflies and a lot of like other animals seem to be able to perceive ultraviolet. And like, it's like people, we try and imagine what it would be like to be able to see ultraviolet. And it's not something that we could imagine, actually. It's something we can try and imagine, but we actually can't. Like in our head, you just see like we make it as really, really bright, like very light purple. But that's not what ultraviolet looks like. We don't know what ultraviolet looks like because we can't see it as a color, at least. Infrared is a little different because it's like it's just a little different than kind of ultraviolet, but also not. I don't know. It's light is like emitting with the infrared. It's just heat. It's just radiative heat. So we can still sense it. When people are like, we can't see infrared. It's like, we can feel heat, but we just can't see with our eyes. But we can use tools to like see it, with infrared goggles or something like that. And cameras. Wow, Tyler, makes a lot of sense. Never thought of it like that. Great. Yes, whales and elephants use very low required sound. It travels hundreds of miles. Yeah. The sea is like a field where every water molecule can be assigned a mathematical value, always wiggling about in a wave of some kind. Yes, but the water molecules exist outside of your perspective, probably, of looking at them, which is different from an electron, which is, you're not looking at something very small. An electron is not a piece of the universe. It's a point of focus that we perceive of the universe. It's different than a molecule. There's no internal symmetry structure to an electron. That's why it's a elementary particle. It's a point. We should call them points. But then you can actually like make sense of them by saying quarks are force points. They're points of force where the universe is like sticking its fingers and manipulating, like kickstarting the animation process of information inside the universe. It's literally like the fingers of God, basically. And if you saw like a stretchy tarp, and then God took his hand and like pushed his fingers up against the sheet, you'd be like, that's three different things. And it's like, no, there's just three fingers attached to a hand, attached to one person. God can't reach out beyond, his arms don't reach out, or his arms, but what I mean by that is his ability to manipulate make physical changes, to make a certain adjustments on like of information. They reach in. He's like an inverted eyeball with arms that are inside, because everything is inside him. Nothing is outside. There's no point in looking outside. There's nothing to see. There's no point in manipulating anything outside of him. There's nothing outside of him. Everything is within God and everyone. Reality is very different to a dog. Just imagine what they can hear too. Dog whistle. Okay. I have a big Eastern diamond. We have big Eastern diamondbacks down here. They can get over 10 feet. They can't, but they get huge. But the record is like 8 feet, which is still close to 10. I think that actually the rattlesnake that holds the record in the United States is actually a Western diamondback from Texas. And but the average biggest rattlesnake in the country are Eastern diamondbacks, but the record holder is a Western diamondback from Texas. But they get like 8 feet, and they are enormous. We have tons of cool snakes in Florida. Some native, some not so much. Yeah, I know. The snake thing in Florida is funny to me. There's nothing wrong with the pythons being there. Like nobody's ever going to get rid of them. It's funny, like you can't own iguanas as pets anymore, or Burmese pythons in Florida, because they're invasive, which like they're already there. You're never getting rid of them. Iguanas are everywhere. And now they ban them as pets. Why? Because they might escape. Like there's tens, if not hundreds of millions of iguanas in Florida during peak times, and then a frost comes every 20 years and kills like 90% of them. But same with the Burmese pythons. You're never getting rid of them. There's no point in banning them now. Like, it's too late. And it's also not a big deal at all. Like, people who are worried about you could count on one hand the amount of times that like large snakes have killed people, large wild snakes have killed people in the wild. It's happened, but it's like tiny Indonesian people, and you can count it on one hand in the recorded time. An alligator just ripped a girl apart in Florida. you have alligators in Florida. There's no reason to worry about Burmese pythons. And yeah, I don't know. It's not a big deal. I think that people get so obsessed with this is native, this isn't. And I'm not saying we should purposely introduce invasive species. We shouldn't. But, we are part of the world and we're not separate from it. We will, have an impact, and we should not like hate that every time it happens. And species move. Like there's no fixed range of a species at all. It's funny, the U.S. GS like published a paper many years ago saying we need to ban Burmese pythons because they're invasive to Florida, and if global warming continues, they'll be able to potentially take over half the United States. And I'm like, the big gigantic snakes do not exist in places that are not tropical. If they did move up in the country, they would just get small. Like that happens. And then what? Like it's a small non-venomous snake that's like 5 feet long that already exists everywhere. A lot of the like, I'm very involved with this. This is like my actual passion, and is like herpetology. So I can talk about this forever. Philosophy is my greatest talent, but herpetology is my main passion. Yeah, I have tons of experience with pretty much most snakes. Not like I've never messed with a black mamba, but I also like snakes are snakes. I have friends that have black mambas in their house. I wouldn't do that, but this is my favorite snake, by the way, in the world. This is called a Western green mamba, and it is one of the most dangerous snakes in the entire world, and it's also stunning. And there's a guy named Dingo Dinkelman who he was the biggest snake channel on YouTube, and I knew a lot of people that knew him, and he was a really nice guy, and he was the most allergic to snake venom in a person I've ever seen in my ever heard of. And he almost died from a garter snake bite. Like that's how allergic he is. And he pretty recently was killed by a Western green mamba. He was unconscious in like 2 minutes. He owned a serpentarium in that specialized in mambas, like in Africa. That was a poor life decision. Like if you're that allergic to snakes, you need to stay away from mambas. You can hunt them all with lionfish, pigs. Yeah, I know, fun stuff. I watch people hunt lionfish on YouTube sometimes. It's people say it's delicious, and it's kosher too. I looked it up. Anyways, Tyler, gators will eat pythons, and the pythons will eat the gators too. Yep. Circle of life. People say it's damaging the environment. This is a materialist perspective, by the way. This is the result of a moral system that is built on a metaphysical framework that's false, where you're prioritizing physicality over sentience, and it becomes nonsensical. You're like, you believe for some reason that there is like a right and wrong, and that we need to do the right thing for some reason, even though that's not implied by a physicalist metaphysics. But you end up being like we need to protect the environment. But there is no definition of environment when people say that. Usually, you need to, when you want to do conservation, you say we need to protect the habitat of that species. It's funny, people will be like, you look at all these like, and I'm not saying dump your trash on the side of the road, because I think I don't like it. That's really the reason why you shouldn't do it. But people, if you go out into public land, sometimes there's like dumps where people just dump all their like couches and TVs that are too big to throw away and stuff. And people see it and they're like, gosh, you don't take care of the environment. You will find more wildlife like the snakes and bugs and lizards and birds, they love the dump. And it's us that doesn't like the dump because it looks bad. But as long as there's no like toxic things, you're actually usually creating habitat. It's like when you sink a ship and create an artificial reef. If you chuck some like old sofas into the desert, you're going to create an artificial place for like home for snakes and lizards and rats and mice and birds and skunks. Everything loves it. And but it is like, what are you protecting when you say we need to protect the environment? It's about beings. It's about protecting the habitat for beings, like, because it's about protecting beings. You want to protect the animals themselves, and that involves like making sure that they have access to what they need to. But if you're just like, we need to protect the environment, what the heck is that? Why? What's the point? The point is because we need to protect habitat, because we need to protect beings, because every being was intentionally created by God for a reason, and so he wants them here, meaning he has a reason for them to be here. We should protect them. Except mosquitoes, which honestly, like, there is a reason for them to be here, but that doesn't mean I like it. I'd get rid of them if I were God. But if I were God, I would know why I needed them, but I don't know why we need them. So I hate them. Tree cutters get very allergic to poison ivy. The more you get it, the more allergic you become. It happens to people who work with spitting cobras. It gets in the air because they spit all over the windows of the cages and stuff, and then the dust, it dries out, and then it gets into dust. It becomes dust, and when you clean the cages, the venom goes into the air, and you get exposed and exposed and exposed and exposed. This is what happened to a little bit of what happened to Dingo. Not entirely. He was already allergic, but like it made it worse because most of the cobras in Africa are spitting cobras, and so he was in Africa. The other crocs are just variation of a local theme. We don't have had the snakes here since the dinosaurs. We haven't had big snakes here since the dinosaurs. Now we do. It's pretty cool. I think it's cool. It's pythons. Well, I went with my wife to Hawaii, and my goal was to find a Jackson's chameleon on Maui, which a wild Jackson's chameleon. I'd never found a chameleon in the wild because you have to go to Madagascar, Africa, or you can go to Florida, and in certain places you can find wild veiled chameleons living there. And now there's populations there. You're never getting rid of them. God might get rid of them, but you won't. And you can go to some parts of California. Some neighborhoods actually have Jackson's chameleons, but I've looked and I've never found one. And we went to Maui, and my wife is such a trooper. She went herping with me, which is when you look for reptiles in the wild, for an hour on our honeymoon, looking for a Jackson's chameleon in the hills of Maui, and we found one, and it was so cool. It was awesome. But they're not native. They were introduced there, and everybody likes them because they're not intimidating. But people don't like the pythons because people don't like snakes. But they're not gonna kill the environment at all. They can kill birds in a lot of places, like snakes, but it's only on islands where there's no other like predators, because you'll get like birds that don't fly, which is what happened on Guam when tree snakes were introduced. But they killed all the like flightless birds. But there's no flightless birds in Florida that because they have ground predators in Florida. So the snakes are not going to have the same effect. There's already snakes. There's already gators. There's already herons and skunks and rats and cats and pumas and foxes. There's everything in Florida. You have to be cleaning them so you don't get poked. I've never eaten lionfish. Now I will seek it if possible. I didn't know you can eat it. Yeah, you can eat it. It's really good, apparently. Anyways, I'm gonna go. We're gonna do part 2 because I didn't get nearly to enough clips. There's, guys, just so you know, like, this is my clips, and we got here, and I have these. I probably would have gone like through a few others, but we got it. It's a great talk though. You should watch the whole thing. It's linked below. Explore his. We're gonna explore this like interactive map of consciousness. Maybe one day my theory will be on this. That'd be, I don't know. That'd be cool. I like that he contacts the creators of theories and like helps it leverages them to like make sure that what he posts is their understanding of their own work instead of just like posting his own understanding and that's it. I think that's the right thing to do because nobody has the context of that you have, and context, personal context, very important on the formulation of a theory that is, you know, about sentience. So anyways, peace everyone. Please hit the like button, and I want to apologize for this being so long, but I also like it, and I think some of you do too. But I also know, like, don't ever feel bad for leaving, and you can watch later. But I appreciate you,